Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to our guests today. I just want to welcome you all to this meeting this morning.
Recording in progress.
Getting the presentation from the Medical Research Council Gender and Health Unit on its research, studies, and findings on the scope of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa, evaluation of prevention interventions for both women and men. Before we start, I would like us to just observe 1 minute for prayer and supplication. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without wasting any more time, I would like to now hand over to Lindiwe, who will take us through the process as she should. It's over to you, Lindiwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members, the officials from the MRC and my colleagues. Chair, today's agenda is as follows. On the 20th of November, Chair, 2024, the committee is constituted in line with the National Assembly rules. Chair, you have already welcomed us. And then the next item is to introduce the members and officials, since it's our first meeting with the MRC. And then thereafter, Chair will adopt the agenda and also apologies, Chair. In the meantime, can I also tender the apologies, Chair? I have 2 apologies thus far. One is from the member Mchweni, who won't be able to attend today's meeting. She has a doctor's appointment, Chairperson. Also, Chair, the Minister, Member Honorable Tolashe, she is also unable to attend today's meeting. She is attending a Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Ministerial Cluster meeting, which is scheduled at the same time as our meeting. She sincerely apologizes for being unable to attend, Chair. We'll proceed today's first agenda item from 9:15 to 10. We will receive a presentation from the Medical Research Council. also on their research studies and findings on the scope of GBV and femicide in South Africa, evaluation and prevention interventions for both women and men, Chair. And then thereafter we proceed with deliberations, and then an opportunity provided to the MRC to respond to the questions that may arise from the members. Chair, Chair, from 11:30 we're hoping by 11:30 we will be done by MRC, the first session. So the department will join in at 11:30 until we finish our proceedings, and then we'll continue to just acknowledge them, and then we'll receive an overview from the Deputy Minister, because the Minister is not attending. Thereafter, we'll also receive the briefing from DSD on the progress made in implementing the national strategy on GBV and femicide. And also, there was a request for the presentation to also include programs aimed at addressing teenage pregnancy. I've made a follow-up with the Acting Director General to ensure that today's presentation also respond to the committee's request, because in our communication to them, we reflected that there should be an element of the teenage pregnancy. Chair, that is from 11:45 to 12:45. Chair will have the deliberations and responses from 12:45 to 14:15, hoping that will be on time, and then we'll do our internal businesses. We have some outstanding amendments that the committee needs to consider and adopt, Chair. From 14:45 to 1500, the chairperson will have closing remarks and will adjourn. Chair, it's safe to say that as this committee, we are a quorum in line with Rule 162 of the National Assembly, and then we can take decision in this meeting. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Lindiwe. I will then ask the honorable members to please adopt this agenda as having been presented to us. If I could please have a hand for the adoption of the agenda.
Chair, Honorable Munyai.
Yes, Honorable Munyai.
I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you so
say that in the future, at least the agenda should be clear. I know the issues of the teenage pregnancy initially was not there. It came up later, but it's important that we receive it as honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I take note of that, Honorable Munyai, and we will do as you rightly request. May I have a seconder for the agenda?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I second Mama Khatu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makhatu, for seconding the agenda as having been presented to us. I would like to now also do some introductions, because as Lindiwe said earlier on, this is the first time we are meeting with the and I'm sure they would like to know before they present who the members that they are presenting to are. I will start with myself. My name is Bridget Masango. I have the honor of chairing this portfolio committee, and I am a member of parliament, obviously. So I will hand over to the next member, please.
Honorable Munyai, I apologize, my video is not working properly.
Thanks, Honorable Munyai. The next honorable member, please.
Chair, again, I am very grateful that you brought SAMRC base here in Cape Town, which can help us in a number of research areas. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Munyai. Honorable Makhatu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, everybody. I am Paulina Makhato. I'm the member of the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Makgatu. The next member, honorable member, please. Honorable Mhlongo.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Alexandra Abrams. I'm representing the Democratic Alliance in this committee.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams. Next, honorable member, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Kiamutsu Steny Ramaila, member of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Mare, I see your video is on.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all the guests. My name is Paulnita Mare, and I'm in the portfolio of social development, and I'm from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. And the next honorable member, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone on the platform. My name is Stembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mhlongo. I haven't seen any other member, but if there is an honorable member that I may have not seen by now, please just and introduce yourself. Thank you, honorable members. It looks and sounds like that is all of us having introduced ourselves. I also would like to introduce the team that is working and supporting us in the portfolio committee. I would like the team to introduce themselves, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Lindy Wensab. I just want to profusely apologize for not having a camera. There is a technical glitch. I've been trying since this morning to set my camera, but unfortunately, I couldn't. I'll take it to IT tomorrow. I apologize for that, members, that you can't see me. My name is Lindy Wensabo. I'm the committee secretary for the portfolio committee, providing the procedure and admin support. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Lindiwe. I see that Yoli's camera is on. You can unmute yourself and introduce yourself, please. Yoli? You are muted, Yoli.
Oh, my apologies, Chair. I don't know. I just got cut over. I was trying to switch on my video. My name is Yolisa Kanye. I'm the content advisor of the committee. Thank you, Chair. And good morning to you, the members.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Ms. Gudula.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Siyavuya Gudula. I am the researcher for the committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Siyavuya. I'll just repeat that because there seemed to be a network issue there. We couldn't hear properly. That is Siyavuya Gudula, who is the researcher for the committee. Please come through, Mr. Bulawa.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Fungile Bulawa. I'm the committee assistant for the committee. Good morning, my colleague as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bulawa. And is Thandi Mahubelela with us? Unmute yourself, Thandi. Please unmute yourself. You are mute. You are still muted. Okay, you are mute, Thandi. I will introduce Thandi to you. She is Thandi Mahubelela, and she is the executive secretary to the portfolio committee chairperson. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much to the support team as well. Without also taking too much of the time of this meeting, I just would like to again welcome the Medical Research Council, who have taken time to be with us this morning and to present to us the research studies and findings on the scope of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa, with the evaluation of prevention interventions for both women and men. We really and truly appreciate you coming through here, because as we know, gender-based violence and femicide is, I think the Honorable President has called it the second pandemic in this country. So you taking time, doing the work that you do, and actually coming through to address the committee this morning is beyond appreciated and welcome. Please, will you just take the floor, introduce yourselves, and do the presentation in the way that you have planned among yourself. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson Masango. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to the honorable support team. With me today, we have the CEO and President of the SAMRC, Professor Ntusi, whom I am greeting and would allow him an opportunity to just introduce himself before Naima and myself can do the presentation. Over to you, Professor Ntusi.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members of this committee. We are delighted that the SAMRC is being given this platform to showcase some of the resident expertise and how we contribute to the national agenda. Over to you, Pinky. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ntusi. My name is Pinky Mahlangu. I'm a Deputy Director in the Gender and Health Research Unit of the SAMRC, which is one of the 10 intramural research units in the organization, which started in 1995. Just to give you some background in terms of the work that we do, the mission of our unit is to improve the health status and quality of life of women. And we do this by doing quality scientific research, which focuses on gender and health. And our research really aims to inform the development of policies, health services, and also health promotion. So as the unit, we have, we are one of the largest violence against women research units, not only in the Global South, but also in the globe. We have a multidisciplinary team of researchers who are working on various aspects related to the topic under the leadership of Dr. Nwabisa Shai, who is our unit director based in our unit. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mahlangu, I'm so sorry. I just want to find out if you will be flighting your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe, okay, awesome.
Yes.
And you do have the rights to share already? Have you been given them?
Let me see if I can share.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's actually coming through. So thank you so much, Ms. Mahlangu.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to put it on presentation mode. Thank you very much. So as I was saying, with me today, I am with one of the senior researchers in the unit, who is Professor Naima Abrahams, who is the project lead on the femicide study that we'll be talking about today. So we'll be sharing this presentation between myself and Naima. Thank you very much for this opportunity to come and present to you. In terms of how the presentation will be structured, Naima will be presenting the results of the 4 femicide studies with a particular focus on what we have found or observed during the first year of COVID-19. She will also move on to discuss the development and progress that we have made in the collaboration and development of the National Integrated Strategy for Prevention of Femicide in South Africa. And I'll be coming back to present to you and discuss some of the research that we've been conducting in the unit, which aims or is building evidence around what works to prevent gender-based violence. We will then have a discussion time where you can have an opportunity to ask the questions that you might have. So without any waste of time, Naima, can I please hand over to you, and I'll be coming back a little bit later on. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Pinky. And good morning, Honourable Chair, honourable members of the committee. It is our honour, it is our greatest pleasure to present our work. We, the Medical Research Council, we're a parastatal. Our research is about helping policymakers to make the right decision based on really good evidence. And this is what we hope we are doing. So thank you very much again for the opportunity. Pinky, next slide, please. I'm going to go straight into just giving a very brief background. I think every honourable member in the meeting today understands why we need to really understand how we can prevent gender-based violence. We have our South African Demographic Health Survey that has counted and has measured the level of violence. From that, we know 1 in 4 women report experiences of physical and sexual violence. 2 days ago, on Monday, the SAMRC released the first national study that was done in our country that we have only able to see the summary, and it would be really good to be able to look at the full report, but they found something very similar to Demographic and Health Survey. Now, as you all know, gender-based violence is a very broad term, and intimate partner violence, which is violence that's perpetrated by a partner, is the most common form of violence that women experience. Men experience violence in our country. Interpersonal violence very common among men. We know that. We see it in our data. But when men are abused or experience the violence, it's not by intimate partner violence. And that is the key difference between what women experience and what men experience. Now, I'm going to focus on femicide a lot in the first part of my presentation because that's the work that I have led for more than 20 years. And why we did this is because femicide is the most extreme form of gender-based violence. Our unit were particularly interested in looking at femicide, a particular form of femicide, which is intimate partner femicide. I know members in the meeting will be thinking about there must be other forms of femicide, and yes, there are, but because it's such a difficult issue to measure, we decided we will focus on the most common form. And I will now be telling you about the work that we've done over more than 20 years. So when we start with femicide, the issue of how we measure it is dependent on how we define it. So for our research purposes, across the 4 studies, we use the same definition so that we can measure it in the same way. Some people might not agree with us, but when we talk about femicide, we mean the murder of all women. However, we focus, as I said, on intimate partner femicide, and this is women that are killed by intimate partner. This can be a husband, a boyfriend, it could be a current partner, an ex-partner, or it could be somebody who proposes to a woman, and the woman might reject and the woman gets killed. So that is all within a relationship of a romantic relationship or relationship of intimacy. Every other form of femicide, woman killed by a stranger, by a family member, by a colleague, we group together into non-intimate partner femicide. And we know that this group is made up of many different types of femicide, but we prefer, until we're really good at defining everything else, to keep these 2 separate. And this is what I will present to you. Another important aspect that we're able to study is to look at women that are murdered and where there was evidence that a sexual assault happened at the same time. And this type of femicide we refer to sexual femicides or rape femicides. Thanks, Pinky. So what I'm presenting is that we started collecting data of femicide in 1999. That was soon after democracy. We repeated it 10 years later in 2009. We then had an opportunity and found funding for 2017. And when COVID came in, we realized that here was an opportunity for us to understand whether there was, and many people spoke about how COVID conditions may have increased the risk for women. At the same time, our 2017 and our 2020 sample were large enough, and we purposefully chose a larger sample so that we could look at provinces. And so we only have data for provinces for the last two surveys. Next, Pinky. So in one slide, I will try to explain a very difficult process of collecting data. We have a two-phase approach. And essentially, our sample is women who are murdered and that are taken to mortuaries. So our samples are mortuaries. We take a sample, first of all, we identify all the functional mortuaries in the country. So say for 2017, we identify, and we then divide the mortuaries into big, small, and medium-sized mortuaries. And when I talk about a big mortuary, it's the number of autopsies that are performed that will determine the size. So for example, in Salt River, in Johannesburg, in Durban, we have large mortuaries where many autopsies are done. Why we chose this? Because in our country, we have got the, sorry, the Act's name has disappeared out of my head, but all unnatural deaths must have an autopsy done to determine the cause of death. And this is why we thought it was the best place to start. So we actually count, it's a horrible thing to say, but we count bodies. We count the number of women murdered. We, in the sample of the mortuary, so we don't do every mortuary in the country, the statistician draws us a sample. We identify all women 14 years and older where it's identified that they were murdered. We chose 14 years old because, remember, I said earlier, our interest was about intimate partner violence. And in our country, girls start dating from around about, well, that was in 99. Girls start dating at about the age of 14. We pull the mortuary file, we look at the autopsy, we take the information out of the autopsy, we things like a very accurate information around age, the cause of death. For example, did the woman die from a stab wound? Did she die from a firearm injury? We then also collect evidence around, for example, was there evidence of sexual assault, which the forensic pathologist would report in the autopsy file. A very important other area, other critical piece of information we collect at the mortuary is the crime administration system number, the CAS number. I think you're all familiar with it. Every time a crime is reported to police, we are given a CAS number. And this CAS number is our way of identifying the case at our next phase of the investigation of each case. We then identify whether this case has been investigated. We find the police station, we try and find the investigating officer, and what we do in phase 2, we have a face-to-face or telephonic interview with the investigating officer. The investigating officer will have the docket that has the information about the investigation in front of him, and he extracts the data from the docket. We don't deal with the dockets ourselves. Sometimes we don't find the primary investigating officer, and then a senior police member at that particular station will extract the data from the docket. The important thing that we ask here is have you identified a perpetrator? The perpetrator does not need to have, you need only to be a suspect. And it's because so many cases are not finalized and police actually has a suspect. And we ask him, or her whether they know the relationship between the perpetrator and the woman that were killed. And in that way, we were able to identify whether the case is a intimate partner femicide case or a non-intimate. So I'll move on to results now. Thanks, Pinky. So I thought I will start with this because as researchers, the first thing we do, we look at our data and we say, okay, what is there a problem with the data? What do we see in our data that worries us? And this is what bothers us. And so the green bar for each of the, so this is from now onwards, I'll be presenting each survey by year. And you will see the green bar tells us the number of cases that we could not locate in the police system. So in other words, we found a woman killed in the mortuary system. We probably had a case number, or we struggled to find one, but eventually we do. But we were unable to locate whether an investigation happened. And so you see that the green bars tell you the best year was 2009. We only had 1.6% of our cases where we could not find a docket in the police station. And it got worse, 15%, and it got slightly better. But I think the most worrisome trend we see is where we do the interview with the police and we ask the police, for this case, have you identified a perpetrator? And we see the number of perpetrators not identified by police has creeped up over the years. It now sits at 44%. So when we look at this, we have to think about there is missing data now on the perpetrator. And we use imputations to allocate that missing information into one of the two groups. Does the cases where we don't have a perpetrator, but we have other information, we know the woman was picked up on the side of the road, we know she did not have a partner or whatever, and we use that information to allocate it into one of the two groups. And this is a commonly used process that statisticians use, but it's obviously something that already tells us something about police investigation. So I just wanted to explain that. We now get to our numbers. So here, again, we coded it so that the green tells us about 99, and the other colors are repeated throughout the presentation. So what we see, this is total number of women killed in the country for each of these years. That is estimated, and it overlaps very, very well with the police and the Home Affairs data for that year. So what do we see? We see a very fantastic decline between 1999 and 2009. Now remember, this was a 10-year difference, and we saw a drop, and we were very excited. And we said to ourselves, actually, we need to repeat this study to make sure it's real. And when we repeated in 2017, we saw, okay, the number still sits at 2,400 cases. And so the decline is now slowed down. And in 2020, the first year of COVID, which was from the 1st of April to the end of March 21, which is exactly the first year of COVID, we also see that the numbers has remained pretty much the same. But numbers, the next slide tells us the number of cases of intimate partner femicide and non-intimate. The purple bar is the number of cases of women killed by their partners, and the orange is women killed by people who are not their partners. So what we see is that in 1999, it was about the same, about 50-50, slightly more women killed by people who are not partners. And from 2000 onwards, 2017, 2020, we see that the most common way that women are killed are it was intimate partner femicide. And we see the number in 2009 is 1,290. We see a drop down nicely in 2017. We got very excited. We're on the right track. We say our country's doing fantastic. And then 2020, something happened. We see an increase again. But looking at numbers alone is not useful. I think everybody, all the members, honorable members in the room know that our population did not stay the same. In 1990, our population of girls and women 14 years and older are very different to our population in 2020, and we have to take this into account. And so we had a 30% increase in this 20-year period. And so we use the population and we use rates as this is the best way to look at changes over time, is to take the population into account. And the members might be very familiar that we use this in our infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate. We all use the population because that's the best way to make comparison. So the next slide is where we applied and we use the rates. So these are 3 sets of bars, and it gives us the rate, the overall femicide rate, 100,000 population. The green bars are the non-intimate, and the purple is our intimate partner femicide rate. So let's start with the orange one. We see in 99 that we had an overall femicide rate of 24.2. The decline has been constant. It wasn't as sharp as between 99 and 2000, but we're going in the right direction. During the COVID year in 2020, 21, it was more than a decrease by more than half. We now sit at 10.6 per 100,000 population. Similarly, for our non-intimate, we see a decline, same kind of decline that we see for overall femicide. So non-intimate partner femicide and overall femicide follow a very similar pattern. However, the purple bars at the bottom, which is our bars for intimate partner femicide, tells us that we have seen the decline from 99, beautifully down 6.6, 2017, yes, we're still in the right direction, and during COVID, something else happened. It is the only type of femicide. Overall femicide didn't increase, non-intimate did not increase. Only intimate partner femicide increase, and it was a significant increase. Statistical, that means the change or was not due to chance. It was significant. Not yet, sorry, Pinky. I just want to explain quickly to the members that the global rate for the same year, 2021, was 1.1. And this is why we are considered. Now, I just want to say, femicide research, our country has actually been in the forefront in doing femicide research, doing dedicated studies. Few countries in low and middle income countries are able to do this, have done this. And so when we compare ourselves, we see a lot in Latin America, and then the UNODC produces a report every year for the last 5 years. There's been a big increase in femicide in the last 5 years. And I think our country must be really proud that we're one of the countries that can show the rest of the world how to do this in a very robust way using dedicated studies if information systems are not available. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay, next one. So now that we understand and we've got the issue of rates properly, I'm now showing you the rates of overall, I think this is the rates for intimate partner femicide for the provinces. Remember, I told you that we collected data in 2017, which is our orange bar, and the blue bar is the rate across the provinces for 2020, for the first year of COVID. So what do we see here? I drew a line showing the overall for the country, so that we can see where does the provinces fit in relation to the country. Now remember, the country, the rate for the country was 5.5. And so now we look at which other provinces have got the same. If we see provinces above 5.5, we know that it's telling us something. If it's below, it's also telling us something. So with a heavy heart, we see what happens in the Eastern Cape. Even in 2017, the Eastern Cape had the highest, it had double the rate of the country. During COVID, it was 10.8. We see that it probably, the other province that had also an increase between 2017 and COVID year was Gauteng. It's very concerning that it went up by so much, from 3.8 to 5.5 by 100,000 population. And we see Northwest, Mpumalanga and Limpopo also having an increase. However, we saw decreases in Free State. Free State decreased from 5.8 to 3.6. Western Cape had a slight decrease and Northern Cape had a substantial decrease. So there are good stories in some provinces, but Eastern Cape in particularly is by far very different. And we sit and we try and figure this out. Do we understand what's happening here? And probably, I think the members in the meeting knows probably better than us about the struggles that Eastern Cape is encountering for many, many, many years. Well, pre-apartheid time. It's probably historical, very likely a historical what we see here. And so I think for us to focus on Eastern Cape is important, but we'll be talking about prevention as we go along. Next one, Pinky, thank you. So this one is about firearms. Remember, I told you that we're able to know how women were killed. And so what do we see? The first group of are all femicides. The middle group of bars is across the 4 surveys, tells us about intimate partner, and the last group is about non-intimate partner. We see a drop. So we know already in 1999, we had a problem with firearms. 1/3 of women were killed with firearms. And then we saw this fantastic drop. And we know this drop to 20% across the 4 types of femicides were very, very likely due to the fantastic implementation of our Firearms Control Act. We were able, up to 2009, we were able to do something right. We were implementing, I know that it came in at about 2022, and when it initiated, we were able to remove guns from circulating and women were protected, and men as well. But please look at what's happened during COVID. Across the 3 types of femicides that we look at, firearm-related femicides is the most common way that women are killed. And we know we have a problem with firearms in our country. We see it in male violence as well. But it's a huge concern that we need to address. And here we have evidence that if we control firearm and we're really good at it, we drop our femicide. We dropped it dramatically. But the minute we have issues around licensing and just mismanagement, we have this increase. The next slide, please, Pinky. This is just telling us about sexual femicide. What proportion of all women that were killed had evidence that there was also sexual femicide? Now you will see the non-intimate partner on the far right always had higher levels of rape and sexual violence identified as part of that murder. And we know this is opportunistic. We know rape is opportunistic. This is when women are raped and killed. Let's think of probably what happened to Uyuneni. She would have been such a case. But we see differences. We don't understand why we saw a better year in 2017. We saw less rape. Is it possible because forensic pathologists didn't record it during that year? Or is that real? But why is there an increase of rape now reported when women are killed as well? Thank you, Pinky. Next one. So this is a pie that tells us amongst the cases. Remember I told you that police were not able to identify perpetrators, but for 44%. But among the cases where a perpetrator was identified, this is how it was distributed. 60% intimate partner. We know that that is the big one. But 20% is actually a friend and acquaintance. And another 10% is family members. Only 10 strangers is only 10.1. So that means 9 out of 10 women who are killed by somebody who are close to her. A friend, a family member, an intimate partner. It's not strangers. And very often, the media often portray when women are killed that it is by strangers. It's very possible also that missing cases, missing perpetrator data, however, are also strangers. And that's why police can't find them. It's because it's somebody not close to the woman. Okay, thanks, Pinky. Now, how did our police do? Now, our next slide, I think this you saw right at the beginning. This, we see that police, we don't always find the cases in the police system, despite us working very hard with the police to try and find it. We can't continue to do the research for months and months on end. It's time consuming, it's resourceful, we have to stop. And we really do need to engage with police, and we started working with them so that they know about it. And the other issue is the increased number of perpetrators not identified. Are perpetrators much more clever at hiding themselves, or are we, our police system, getting weaker at doing investigations? And this is why, as part of our strategy later, we call, and it wasn't very well received, but we ask, can't there really be a special unit for femicide? And we train people to do it well, and we have a dedicated staff. Okay, Pinky, I think I need to move on. Here is the provinces. And that, remember the missing data, the number of perpetrators not identified across the provinces. And we can see how, which provinces are really struggling. Gauteng increased 45% of their cases. KwaZulu-Natal, it's our big urban areas. Western Cape, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, that have the largest number of cases. Look at our Limpopo and Mpumalanga doing a lot better, actually. Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking. There's a part of the diagram I can't see. I think is actually Northern Cape that's doing really well. Okay, next slide, Pinky. Convictions. So we ask the police at the time of the interview, has the case progressed? Has there been a conviction? And look at how the conviction rate has decreased. Now, I want to explain how we measure conviction, because MPA actually measure differently. We take all the cases all the intimate partner femicide cases, and we looked at the proportion where there was a conviction. Now, what NPA tells us, and I don't know if the honorable members have been told, that they have a really good conviction rate for femicide. They tell us their conviction rate is near to 90%. But we must be careful because how they measure it, they only look at the cases that are prosecutable. And they take the cases which they think they will very likely have a winning case. And they take their conviction rate only based on the denominator being the cases that starts a prosecuting process. We don't do that. We look at all cases, and I think this is a way better case. It's a lot more accurate that we looked at all the women that are killed, because we want justice for every single woman, not just for women where there are good evidence and an investigation. Okay, the next slide we also asked the police about, Pinky, next slide. We asked the police during our interview if it was a woman, or if they tell us a male partner killed the woman, we ask them, do you know, does the police know, does it anywhere in the docket state that there is a history of violence? Does the police know? And this is what we found. 2009, a third of the cases, the police indicated that they knew that there was violence in that relationship. And it's now dropped down to 13%. Again, this tells us about what's happening with our investigation. Okay, I'm going to continue, and I'm going to now just focus on COVID-19. COVID-19 was a slightly different year, and you will see why it is that. Okay, I'll just remind the members, if they can remember this period, this crazy period that we encountered. When we started with COVID on the 28th of March, I think, 27th of March, we went into level 5, and level 5 meant stay at home, no alcohol sales. And I have highlighted, and I'm highlighting the alcohol sales period because that has become important in our assessment of what happened during COVID. So everybody remembers about no alcohol sales up to 31 May. Then there was a lifting of the ban on alcohol sales. It was under conditions. People could only buy at certain times of the day. And then there was another version of the virus. On the 13th of July, government started again, no alcohol sales. And there was never a complete stay-at-home curfew, only in the first level 5. Thereafter, there was always a night curfew, and the night curfew might have differed between very strict and you know, we could move until 11 o'clock at night. But I want you to remember there were 4 periods where alcohol sale was banned, because we look at it, and this next slide, that Pinky, can you show this next slide, which is now a little bit complicated, but I would like you to just bear with me because I'm going to explain to you what this slide means. Basically, it's a bar graph of the whole period of COVID, starting on the 1st of April, and the very last bar is the end of the COVID period, which was on the end of March 21. Each blue bar represents a week. Each blue bar represents the number of intimate partner cases for that week. So, for example, we look at the very first bar. There was about 12 intimate partner femicide cases in that week. The week after that, it dropped to below 10. And so we follow the bars for the number of cases for each week. And then we say, and the periods that are highlighted in the pinkish color is the periods where there was no alcohol, where there was alcohol restrictions. And what do we see? We see the lowest number of intimate partner femicide for the periods where there were there were alcohol bans. The only time where there was strict stay at home was the very first, from the 1st of 27th of March to the end of April. We started moving after that. Or there was control of movement and there were night curfews, but women weren't confined and people weren't confined. But what we have here is a natural experiment. We have the number of women killed by their partners overlaid with when was alcohol available. Do you see the spike in increase of cases as soon as alcohol bans are lifted? We see this every time you will see. So what does this tell us? It tells us about the role of alcohol for femicide. We see the same pattern for across the other types of femicide. We just don't show it to you because of timing issues. But there is no doubt this is real cases, and this is really what happened to us during COVID. And we cannot anymore ignore the role that alcohol plays. But remember what I also told you earlier, right at the beginning, when we looked at the rate of intimate partner femicide. Intimate partner femicide increased during the COVID year compared to 2017. So we had an increase, but we also had decreases in particular parts of the year. So imagine if we didn't have alcohol controlled in this period, what it would have been. We're trying to understand what this means. Are we seeing stresses of no alcohol, of the absence of happening? Why is there increase so suddenly afterwards when alcohol? We know alcohol plays a role in interpersonal violence, but here it is very, very clear. Okay, I hope you understand, and we apologize for the busyness, but there's no other way to explain this visually than to show you the number of cases for each week. And how it overlays with the no alcohol sales period. Okay, I'm going to move on out. Pinky, time is still okay? Am I taking too much time?
Okay, Naima.
Okay, very briefly, I'm now going to introduce you to, we need to prevent femicide. We know preventing femicide is about preventing violence. Preventing intimate partner femicide is about preventing intimate partner femicide. But not all women are at risk for being killed by their partner. They might experience violence, so we need to identify what are the risk factors for becoming a victim of femicide. And so we've worked with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. They asked us to develop a strategy, a national integrated strategy, where we focus only on femicide. And this would become an addendum to our national strategic plan. We developed this about a year after the national strategic plan. Our unit was very involved in the development of the national strategic plan. It was so great to see the use of our research, particularly our work on prevention, that were adopted as part of the national strategic plan. But femicide was not very clearly identified in the plan. So we developed this, and we worked with stakeholders. We worked with the intersectorial committee, and it's been in making for almost 3 years. But there is a strategy, and we now also have a part of the strategy was, how do we define it for our country, and what are the types? And the next slide, Pinky, here's an example that together as a group, we looked at how do we define femicide in our country? And this is what the group decided on. In the text box, I give you some examples of how we would be thinking about femicide in relation to all the acts that we have in our country. And we would, for example, talk about femicide of a person being identified as bisexual, femicide of a disabled person, femicide that's linked to witchcraft, honor-related killings. So if we have good data, we'll be able to see what the motivation and the context of the femicide is, and we're able to do this in detail. So this is identified. The next slide gives you an idea of, idea of how we develop 5 strategic objectives. I'm not going to show you the detail of the objectives. We worked very hard with a group of people looking at each one in detail, believing that this 5-year plan will take us somewhere to starting to look at it. Data obviously is very important. Without studying femicide, we don't know. Our study now, over four studies, has showed us a trend. We're now able to say what happened in 1999, and now we see what's happening in 2024, if we should be doing it. And that's why we need to continue to do it. We talk a lot in the strategy about strengthening institutional capacity. We talk about training of policemen. We talk about, well, we hoped we could ask for a dedicated femicide police. We know we've got a dedicated police, a special police unit that looks at farm killings. I don't know if there's more farm killings than femicide. I think there's a bigger problem here. But anyway, but we have a strategy. Very happy to share this with you for you to read it. But we are not complete with this process. This strategy is in its final processes. It now needs to go to cabinet. Maybe some of the honourable members will encounter it when it comes to cabinet, and we hope that it will be supported by all of us. So it's been a fantastic process working with all the stakeholders, government stakeholders, allocating who's responsible for all the activities that we identified in the strategic objectives. So we hope that this will get finalized by next year, hopefully. I think I summarize. I think I have told you that femicide remains a problem in our country. In fact, it tells us how big the problem of violence against women is. Even though we might have surveys that tells us maybe only 20% of women experience violence by a partner, here we have intimate partner, we have a body, we have women who are killed, and we have amongst the highest levels in the country. So we cannot say that we don't really have a problem of violence against women in our country. We definitely have one. We've seen a nice decrease. We were excited, but we've seen an increase during COVID. We're very worried about guns. A third of women are killed by guns. We've seen the role of alcohol that plays, and I think it tells us about how we need to take alcohol more seriously. And we have seen the role of doing dedicated surveys. We have done 4 now. We hope to do one in 2025. Should we find funding again, we want to repeat it and be able, until we have our government administration data that will ensure we are linking a woman that are killed in the mortuary to a police investigation, to a justice process, and we have all the information linked. We don't have that yet. Yet I think we are in 2020-24, we are in an era of data, of technology, and we really should be having that linkages. But we need to work on that. We really need to fast track that, and we hope that our prevention strategy will get approved soon. I'm going to hand over to Pinky. Apologies if I took too long. Pinky, do you want us to pause and ask questions? I'm unsure. Honorable Chair has maybe want to come in as well. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Prof. Abrams, for that presentation. I just wanted to butt in here and say that and allay any fears on the part of the honorable members, because I know we stick to the agenda as far as possible, that we have seen that it was supposed to be at 10 o'clock. But with the honorable members' permission, I would like for us to give this presentation more time. If we could please give the presentation another 15 minutes, because I believe that it is one of those presentations that you want to get out of as much as possible. So with your silent permission, honorable members, can we please allow the presentation to continue? Thank you so much, Prof. and Ms. Mahlangu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to continue now and just share a little bit on some of the work that we've been doing around prevention. Just to say that when we respond in our unit, when we address issues of gender-based violence, we look at prevention, but we also look at response. And just to recap and say, prevention is where we are developing interventions that are trying to stop the violence before it happens. And then when you go to the response, this really is an acknowledgement of some of the women who have already experienced the violence. And this is where we do interventions that are responding to the violence when it has already happened. But given the time, I just want to highlight here on this slide and say, our unit has been part of the What Works Global Program, where we seek evidence to understand what are some of the things that are driving the violence that, some of the femicide even that Naima has spoken about. And this slide here is summarizing what we know from the research that has been conducted across 13 countries as the key drivers of intimate partner violence. And as you can see here, these are divided at different levels. At the structural level, you see how poverty and gender inequality are some of the drivers that contributes to the high rates of violence that we are seeing. But also when you move at the individual and relationship level, we see relationships where there is poor communication and there are no skills around managing conflict, those as being some of the key drivers of the intimate partner violence, but also gender-based violence broadly. We also know from the research that poor mental health is not only a driver of violence, but we've also seen this across men. Some of the men who are perpetrating violence have poor mental health issues. Naima has already spoken about how substance abuse has contributed to the high rates of femicide during COVID-19. But we also know that childhood neglect, childhood traumas are some of the drivers of IPV, particularly if you look at women who've been exposed to violence from their homes, or even the men who have been exposed to violence from home, how then as they grow up and become adults, they are more likely to perpetrate the violence. But also here on this slide, I just want to stress how we have seen that countries where there's been armed conflict and post-conflict, that tends to increase exposure to violence, particularly amongst women. So when we're thinking about these drivers, trying to reduce them, it's really about reducing or addressing the structural inequalities. It's about focusing on addressing the social norms that drive the violence. I'm not going to go into detail. Addressing childhood traumas is also important. And this is important as laying the background before I present some of the work or interventions that we have developed in our unit. Strengthening mental health is also important. And also, Naima has spoken about two types of violence, intimate partner violence and non-partner violence. But we also know that this manifests in different risk groups. You see that, there are some of the groups that are most vulnerable to the violence. And you will see in some of the interventions that we developed in our unit, particularly focusing on some of those high-risk groups. And here, moving on to just sharing few of the interventions, and just to acknowledge these are not all the interventions that we've tested in our unit. We've just sampled a few because of time constraints that I'm going to be sharing with you. And this is one of the school-based prevention intervention that we have tested across high schools in Gauteng, which was called SCOCO Supporting Success. And in this intervention, we were using a whole school approach in that we were not only focusing on the learners themselves. Yes, the focus was around, changing or addressing issues of violence perpetrated between girls and boys, but we also had to work with the bigger school, with the teachers, with the parents, with the school principals. We developed a learner workbook, which was integrated in the National CAPS curriculum to assist the teachers to deliver the content around gender-based violence. We also took the teachers who were in the intervention schools in our project through the workshops where we taught them about values in action. We also know that particularly in some of the public health, in the public schools, though corporal punishment has been banned, but there's still a lot of it that is currently being used in schools. So we shared with them around what are some of the positive disciplining strategies that they can use in managing behavior in the classroom. We also had workshops with them where, this is where we brought together a group of learners and we spoke to them about a number of issues around communication, around gender and power, around healthy relationships, also around creating safe, vibrant environment in their schools. We also spoke about mental health in depth. We spoke about coping with mental health, gave them some of the strategies that they can use to address poor mental health. We also brought together the parents because we know that there are gaps in terms of how some of the parents are able to support their teenagers, particularly as they transition to teenagehood. We had workshops with the parents and the teenagers where we started having dialogues around communication skills, dialogues around positive disciplining, also dialogues around how do you support your teenager as they start dating. And we found in this that some of the parents cannot even talk about issues of sex or issues of dating. There was really a need for us to support them in terms of how you start having conversation with your teenagers around this. So what did we see after we evaluated this program? We saw that amongst the learners, the incidence of physical and sexual IPV went down, particularly in the intervention arms. We also see bullying going down in the schools and the families arm. These were the intervention arms because we had 3 arms, the schools arm, the families arm, and then the control arm. We also saw gender attitude score going down where there was, less acceptance of gender inequitable attitudes amongst the learners, particularly the boys. We also saw communication being improved. There was also a lot learned around sexual health with the adolescents. So with the parents, many of them spoke to us about how parenting stress makes them, to perpetrate some of the violence, to corporally punish their teenagers. And we saw how when we evaluated the program, there was improvement around parenting stress. We also saw improvement around communication, but also here I want to bring to your attention how we saw very little change around communication about sex, particularly with the men. Amongst the teachers, there were lower levels of corporal punishment at evaluation of the program. We also saw how many of them had already adopted positive disciplining methods in the classroom. Moving on here, I am going to talk about another intervention that we are implementing in campuses. These are TVET colleges and universities. And really the need for this research was, we started working on this after we learned through our research again that about 20% of students in higher education were experiencing sexual violence. We learned that particularly the first-year female students are the ones who are most vulnerable. When they start tertiary education, there is naivety. They are also much more vulnerable to, things like transactional sex, because they want to fit into the environment as they move into these settings. So we developed an intervention which we called Ntombi Vimbela. It is a sexual violence risk reduction and resistance intervention because it has a self-defense component in that we also train young women how to resist or to protect themselves should they identify that they are in a sexual assault risky situation. So some of the themes that are covered in this intervention I've listed in the slide. It's around sexual rights and consent. We talk about communication skills and building healthy relationships. We get young women to understand violence against women and what are its drivers in their setting. We talk about gender inequality and building gender inequitable relationships. We also teach them how to identify risk of sexual assault. What are some of the risky situations that they can find themselves in their setting? We then teach them the skills to resist sexual assault verbally, but also should it escalate, what are the physical resistance strategies that they can implement to remove themselves from risky sexual situations? We also talk to them about how to manage to budget, because we found that, the pressure to fit in also makes them much more vulnerable because, they start dating older men, even some of the lecturers, so that they can be able to get money to buy some of the things and look like others on campus. We also talk to them about mental health, which I've already highlighted as a risk factor for violence. And we use this, when we deliver this intervention, we work with the students who are the peers, same age with them. They are recruited on campuses. They use participatory methods, and this really keeps the learners engaged and coming back to the intervention to attend. And just to say, these are delivered on Saturdays so that we do not interfere with the academic program in the institutions of higher learning. Moving on, I just want to acknowledge that we do have permission to use this picture, and these are the core developers who have worked with us in developing an intervention that focuses on lesbian, bisexual, and queer women, addressing same issues of sexual violence and poor mental health. And this work kind of fills the gap in literature where we have found that intimate partner violence interventions are mainly focusing on cis women. And there's very, very little interventions that are addressing or targeting the LGBTQI community. We do acknowledge that the community itself is quite broad, but we have started this work with the women who are identifying female at birth. And in this intervention, it is similar. If you can look at it, it's quite similar, but the content is different. Of course, the themes are different, but here we also focus on addressing the minority stress, because we found that the LGBTQI students deal with a lot of that. There's also a lot of homophobia that they have to deal with in this setting, and how all of that combined increases the risk of sexual assault, not only in their relationships, but also outside of relationships. We found that with this group, there's a lot of what we call a bi-directional violence, the violence that where, between two partners, is not only one way that one person perpetrates the violence, that it keeps changing and it's bi-directional. So we also talk to young women or kind of address this bi-directional violence that happens in these relationships. Moving on, when we're assessing this intervention, this is the females only intervention. This is what we found, that women who attended Ntombi Vimbela felt empowered with the skills to be able to assess risk of sexual assault. They felt confident that should I be exposed and find myself in a sexual assault risky situation, I am better, informed. I know what to do. I know how to resist it. I have a toolbox that I can use so that I can protect myself. But I'm also much more aware in that, I know how to protect myself to not even expose myself to the risk of sexual assault. We also found that there was a change or a shift in terms of the attitudes around rape myths and beliefs and gender inequality, which is one of the key drivers of the violence amongst young women. They've also told us about how they have, acquired the skills which are around communication, that they communicate better, and how this has enhanced their relationships with their partners in their relationship. Many of them reported, lower levels of depression and anxiety. And just one last intervention I want to present on before I hand back to you, Chair. It's around young people. We not only working in schools and in universities, we also work with young people in the community. We have an intervention that has had several iterations in terms of its adaptation that is called Stepping Stones and Creating Futures. And in this intervention, really, it's focusing on addressing issues of livelihoods, gender inequality, violence, and mental health. Some of the things that we have found in this intervention, and I apologize that I'm rushing through the slides now, we've seen how amongst the women who participated in Stepping Stones, there was reduction in terms of IPV experience. Many of them felt empowered around, how to start, businesses, what to do so that I can be able to earn some income, so that I can avert some of the risk around, trying to earn a livelihood for survival. We also saw how there was improved mental health, which was only amongst the women. Amongst the men, there was no clear impact around this. We saw that mental health and some substance use remained some of the key drivers even after participation in the intervention. But we did see some of the positive outcomes around reducing IPV perpetration and also around livelihoods outcomes. This is just last work that I want to present, which is focusing on men in university, which is work that is ongoing, where we are adapting the Stepping Stone intervention for young men in university campuses. It is aimed at preventing sexual violence perpetration and also addressing poor mental health issues in higher education with men. So I'm going to hand over to Naima. Naima, if you can please come through.
Honourable Chair, do you want me to continue? I'm aware that we've taken more time than what we should.
Please round up, okay. Prof, because you come all this way and actually we need this presentation.
Okay, so this slide talks about a study that I led, and we looked at HIV and rape. We all know that our big concern is for women not to acquire HIV after they've been raped, and we use PEP as a prevention tool. However, we were really concerned that what happens in the long term. So we did a study where we recruited women who has just reported a rape to a Tutuzela in KZN. We followed them up for almost 3 years, for some 4 years. And then we had a control group, women who has not ever experienced rape, and we also followed them up. And we looked at HIV in each of the two groups, women who had experienced rape or women don't. Very interestingly, what we found that women did not acquire HIV immediately after the rape. So that concern we had about being infected because of the rape, it actually happened about 6 months afterwards. We had an increase of HIV acquisition for women who were raped compared to women who were not raped. And when we thought about it, we saw how the mental health played a very big role. At about 6 months, many of these women that were raped were still struggling with their mental health. We particularly affected their self-esteem. We believe that through this low self-esteem, women started engaging in risky sexual behavior, and that increased their risk for HIV. So we saw a 60% greater likelihood after for HIV. So this was a very important study. Nobody else has really done it in the world, mainly because we have such a large group of women who report rape to the country. So having found this association, next slide, please. I'm going through it very quickly. We then said, okay, what does women who have been raped really need? We know that they need mental health support. We know mental health support are provided by NGOs at the Tutuzela care centers. We don't know if women attended. We don't know if it's whether it's effective, and we don't know if women are coming multiple times. And then we also know there's PrEP. PrEP are given to high-risk women in our country. It's offered free of charge. Women who are sex workers, young girls, women who are engaging with risky behavior are offered PrEP. We then developed an intervention called Self-Help Plus and Problem Management Plus. It's WHO developed intervention for people who are trauma-exposed people, and it's used in conflict setting. We thought we should look at it, adapt it for our situation, and we added PrEP. Now, we'd only done a feasibility study. We did it with 100 women. We wanted to see whether it works, whether women like it. And I just want to say, we now have a Zulu version of this intervention. We have the wonderful, lots of it is women listening in 5 sessions. They listen to somebody talking, helping them to breathe, talking about what their problems are, helping them to think about being rooted. It's a wonderful intervention. And we have found that women in our feasibility study, that women liked it. They came together in a group. They developed their own little WhatsApp support group. And it seems that it is also, very importantly, it's delivered by people who are not professionals. We trained a group of field workers who, for 2 weeks in order to deliver it. And this is what our country needs. We haven't got, we have so much trauma, and we don't really have psychologists. And we don't really need psychologists if we can train lay people to deliver this. We need to take this to a next level, but we probably need funding for it. Also, women took up PrEP. People continue to take PrEP, those who are HIV negative. So it's a study we need to continue where we combine HIV prevention with mental health. Okay, Pinky, the next one. So the last intervention I'm going to talk about is the one that's very particularly around femicide prevention. Now, when we did the strategic plan, when we did all our work with the strategic plan, did a literature review, spoke to stakeholders, we came across 2 tools, the risk assessment tool and the safety plan tool, that were around in the Department of Justice. And we said, but wait a minute, there are 2 tools here. Who developed it? Is it being used? Is it effective? Do people use it? Does service providers use it? Does women use it? And so we decided that we will assess and we will look at whether it's being used. The risk assessment is a list of questions helping women to decide whether she is at risk of femicide. Does your partner, has he ever throttled you? Does he own a gun? Has he told you he killed you, for example? And woman and a service provider can tell and assist the woman to decide what kind of level is a risk. And then we go into the safety plan. The safety plan is a little booklet developed by the Department of Justice and Constitutional, where it helps women to think about, if she is at risk, what does she need to do for her children, for her work plan, and everything. But we are now in a study where we're now talking to people and asking them whether they're using it. Court people, NGOs, shelter people, to women, to police. And we want to, when we're taking it to women and asking them, does it work for them? Because we need to contextualize it for our country. This was taken from things that were done outside of our country. So we're busy with this. I'm just telling you about it because it is it's in the field collecting data on this. Pinky, I don't think I need to speak to the next one. I think I already talked about it. I think, yeah, for you to end off.
Thank you very much, Naima, and thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the patience with the time. To you and to the honorable members. We are now at the end of the presentation, and over to you.
Thank you so much for this presentation that is so interesting or fascinating, rather. And we really would like to thank you. And I'm sorry that I've been calling you Miss Mahlangu when you actually are Dr. Mahlangu. So I insist on acknowledging, you know, people who have worked hard to be where they are. So thank you, Dr. Mahlangu and Professor Abrams. And apologies from me, honorable members, that I asked for 15 minutes and then I took 30. So, but I could not stop the presentation. It just needed to be done. And I know that it towards the end, it was done on a sort of rushing thing. And that is the lives we are living, where we do not have time for even the most important things that we have to do. I cannot thank you enough for this presentation and the insights that have gone into putting it together, and the back room work that has been done, and the collaborative efforts that you've taken as you were doing your work, and then intervening where you could. I just I'm excited and fascinated at the same time. I will now hand over to the members, the honorable members of the committee, for them to ask their questions. And I see that the Honorable Tlong, hand is up already. Honorable Tlong, you will be first, and then can I have Adam hand?
You are muted, Chair. Can you unmute yourself, please?
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. I have not seen any other hand other than Honorable Tlong, or are there any other hands?
Yes,
Honorable
Chair.
Tlongo,
Yes, Chair, there are a couple of
Honorable
hands.
Mahatu, Honorable Abrams, Honorable Tafeni, Honorable Mare, and Honorable Ramaila. So we will start with Honorable Tlong, please. Thank you.
My gadget is not helping me to raise my hand.
Okay. No, you will speak, Honorable Honorable Munyai. Over to you, Honorable Tlong.
Thank you, Chairperson. We received this report just a few days after the Human Science Research Council released the findings of the first South African National Gender-Based Violence Study. And the picture being painted, Chairperson, is that gender-based violence and femicide remain a severe, persistent, and deadly problem. We are grateful for the various studies being shared with us as members of the society, Chairperson, because they help us understand the depth of this problem, its impact and root causes, so we can formulate targeted interventions which can put an end to this all. So we thank you, Professor Abrams, Dr. Mahlangu, and the South African Medical Research Council for this informative report. We are also very encouraged by the several promising interventions for preventing gender-based violence. We hope that they can be scaled up and implemented more widely to reach more communities. The presentation, Chairperson, notes an overall stagnation in femicide rates since 2009. We have femicide rates remained. The question, Chairperson, is that why have the femicide rates remained stable since 2009? Did earlier prevention efforts from 1999 to 2009 lose momentum, or are there new challenges that needs to be tackled? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Tlong, for your comments and your questions. Honorable Mpongo.
Thank you. Who is coming? It's not.
Go ahead, Ms. Honorable Mhlongo. I will be with you just now, Honorable Mahatu.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone on the platform. Chair, the presentation highlights a concerning increase in intimate femicide rate between 2017 and 2020-2021. And we are aware of the correlation of increased incidence of gender-based violence and femicide during crises such as natural disasters and COVID. Based on the experience of various studies, what is the view of the researchers on how the government can improve its response to this correlation? And what is the optimal balance between interventions that empower women and those that focus on changing men's attitudes and behaviors? How can these approaches be effectively integrated to develop a more comprehensive prevention strategy? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mhlongo, for your comments, for your questions and your comments. We'll go over to the Honorable Makgatu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to thank the report. We are grateful for the various studies being shared with us as members of the society. So I have only 2 questions I want to ask. The data presented focuses on the national level trends. Are there notable differences in femicide rates across the region in South Africa? If yes, what factors contribute to these variations, and how can prevention strategies be adopted for specific areas? That one was my first question. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to go to the second question. How do femicide reporting rates differ across communities and demographics? For example, are groups like LGBTQ individuals or rural women likely or less likely to report violence? And what are the regional patterns, including in this regard? How can outreach and support services address these gaps? Comrade Chairperson, those are my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makgatu, for those comments and questions. I'm not sure about the comrade part, but I will take it. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me too appreciate the report by the Medical Research Council and also the work that they do. Chairperson, I also think it's really important that, we get outside stakeholders, because I must say that I have been capacitated by the presentation and the statistics that have been presented to us. And I think it's important that we don't just only get statistics, from government departments, but we do get statistics from outside bodies, because the one stat that I found, very enlightening is that stat about convictions and how, the NPA measures their conviction rates versus, the way the MRC measures their conviction rates. But Chairperson, my questions are as followed. How does the MRC measure the success of their programs in their schools, in the tertiary educations? Like, what is the measurement of success? And I think I asked that question because we see an increase in femicide, and I'll just stick to femicide in this regard because I won't expand it to GBV, but we do see an increase in these things. So it's just an understanding of how are we then measuring our programs, and if our programs need tweaking or adapting. Then, Chairperson, I recently visited 2 police stations in my constituency, and I think the bar graphs, which were shown in slide 8 and 20 and 21, it does show an alarming, I think, constant under-resourcing of SAPs over the years. Because, just at the one police station that I visited in Delft earlier this week, the concerns and the resource challenges that they have are many. And the caseloads that detectives have are many. And I think, and the question then is, we talk about this police system and not finding the perpetrator are we then saying that the detectives have not started investigating the case, or are we saying the case is stagnant? So just some clarity, what does it mean that there's no perpetrator found? Is the case still active? Are they still actively investigating? Or now has the case just, gone to the bottom of the pile because there's in excess of over 200, 300 cases, per detective? Then, Chairperson, if the MRC, have any understanding if the GBV deaths that were introduced at SAPS and the domestic violence registers that were introduced at SAPS, if that has had any benefit. And then in 2021, 2022, there were 3 key pieces of legislation that was amended, but it mostly focused on, the expansion of definitions, the National Register of Sexual Offenders, and so forth. In your research, have these changes to these 3 pieces of legislation, the Domestic Act, the Sexual Offences Act, and the Criminal Act, has there been a reduction? Well, your evidence is saying elsewhere, but I mean, has us as legislators done what we need to do in terms of amending legislation? And are we now past the point of legislation? And now is the challenge just implementation and a resource one? So that is the question. Is there more amendments that need to be done in terms of legislation, or is it just now implementation and resources? And then just to ask the Dr. Mashlangu to just maybe repeat the stats of the students in tertiary education who are experiencing sexual violence, because I missed that stat. But then also to ask the women, young ladies in that category, is there a question that then asks them if they are NSFAS bursary holders or other bursary holders? Because if there's mention of sex for money going on, you would assume that then it is students who are at a financial disadvantage, and therefore those who are on bursary programs. So just an understanding, is it just women, young learners and students in general, or is it just those who are, financially dependent on bursaries and other forms of means? And then, Chairperson, on this domestic violence assessment, risk assessment questionnaire, if the MRC can maybe just explain how exactly it works. So, for example, if I just select 1 point, on that register, am I then still at risk of violence, or must it be 2 or 3 points on the assessment register, on the risk assessment survey? And then how do they classify or categorize the women, making those indications on the assessment register? And then lastly, okay, no, that was my final question, Chairperson, just to understand if it's different categories of then threats, and then how that follows through. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams, for your comments and your questions. Now, I am very confused because I didn't do my job properly, whether it is now Honorable Tatheni or Honorable Ramaila. So what I will do is to ask Honorable Ramaila to let the ladies first ask the question.
Okay.
With your permission, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Tatheni, thank you for that, Honorable Ramaila.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the members of the committee and the leaders. I thank to the representation of Medical Research Council. Chairperson, my question is on the slide 6 and slide 8. When you're talking about femicide cases not located in SAPS system, are you comparing that with the data you collected from mortuaries based on the method used in phase 1 of slide 6? In other words, a person would be found deceased in a mortuary with an identifiable cause of death being related to rape and possible assault. For example, when you're visiting the relevant police station in a particular jurisdiction, there is no case opened or docket for the particular femicide case, or rather murder. In slide 8, see that over time, the trend for investigations where perpetrators was not identified increased with time from 1999 to 2020, 2021. What do you think is the case of this? I mean, with advance in technology and science over time, are our law enforcement and agencies not equipped enough to trace these perpetrators, or the other factors, in your opinion, which makes the police not to be able to catch or identify these perpetrators now? On okwesibini, Chair, with regards to the percentage of firearm-related femicide from 1999 to 2021, did your research perhaps go further to find out whether the firearms used were legal or not legal? I think this might help to inform policy when it comes to illegal firearms on the administration for firearms in general. Who are the actual perpetrators, and in what profession are they? For example, are the police officers intimate partners, and if so, which gender are they? Because we need to know if we trigger happy police officers or military personnel, who we gun, and what sort of help they should receive. On the second question on slide 20, my concern is the high percentage of perpetrators not identified by the police in the Eastern Cape, which also has a high number of femicide caused by intimate partners, as seen in slide 14. So now my question is, since we know, based on the research study, that, for example, in the Eastern Cape, the majority of these femicide incidents were caused by intimate partners, what makes it is so difficult for the police not to be able to identify perpetrators? Because there are friends and family members of the deceased who at least know their intimate partners of partners in certain cases. And also slide 32, patriarchy might also bring some sort of entitlement amongst the men over women, their bodies, which might lead to gender-based violence and femicide. What is the best way to then deal with the particular in this instance? So stop there, Chairperson. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tafeni, for those questions and your comments. I will now hand over to the Honorable Mare.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to say thank you to the officials, Chairperson yourself, and also to the slides that we had this morning, because we know that gender-based violence is a crisis in our country, because on a daily basis we hear how people are being killed, women are being killed by their partners, children that's been raped. So this is a crisis, but we say every year, we say it's a crisis. So it's very nice to hear that they are busy with the research and they are busy looking into this thing, how they're going to address the problems that we are having at the very moment. But there's a few things that I would like to ask, and maybe some comments and some questions. If I look at the pillar number 2, it was said there that men as positive role models, and for boys, there's going to be some programs. to encourage that men must fight against this gender-based violence and femicide. I just want to know is that what programs do you have now to teach men, especially boys, how to treat girls? Because boys look at what is happening in the house sometimes and they imitate the father of how the father is doing things. So my question is just a few weeks ago, we saw that a gang rape boys were gang raping, 4 boys were gang raping a girl. And all these boys were underage. So what is it basically saying is that people are acting what they are seeing. You know, they see this is the culture in our community, and they think it is right because of the joke, because someone even made a video about it. And then I also have a concern, Chairperson. We need to have programs in place where we're teaching the boys how to address women, how to address girls, because that is where we are lacking. Because boys, even in our own household, we have that problem where we say the girls must clean the house and the kitchen, and the boys is the one that can get away with murder. So the other question that I also would like to know, the gays and the lesbian communities, Chairperson, is that we see on a daily basis that lesbian women are being raped because men have this thing in their head that these ladies are just pretending to be boys. And if they have a proper men raping them and having sex with them, they're going to change their orientation. And where this is not the case because you are born the way you are. And there's now no one that can do anything about that, you know. So with the killing of these gays and lesbians and queer people, what are we working towards to have a thing how we can resolve this thing, because it is happening on a weekly basis. And then I have a concern about the shelters. Yes, we have the NPOs in our portfolio the other day, but now if you look at the stats again, you see in Free State there's 7 service centers, but there's no Seleka offices, no centers, and in the whole country there's only 4 of them. So it's becoming a problem that there's only 4 provinces that are having these. What about the regions? What about the wards? You know, and then I just need to find out the police station. I need to ask them the question: the police station, are they capable of handling these gender-based violence cases? We hear every time the police is saying that the police are getting training, but I myself have experience. They don't have the training, because I took a lady there that the husband was abusing her. She got a court order, protection order, she had everything. And the police refused to go pick him up because the police said, no, they're not going to get involved. It's a family issue. It is not their business. So that is why I want to know is, what must the ladies do? Must they first be killed before the police is doing something? Because the police is not professional enough. They're not trained enough. There's not even a room separate for these ladies to go and collate complaints about their husbands and the partners that is abusing them. So I want to know, is the police capable of doing that? And how far are they to make sure that all the police stations have these facilities? And then I just need to know how many of these cases are going to court, these abuse cases, how many are going to court? Yes, the NPA was saying they have so many cases, they have won, and I listened to what the presenter was saying. But how many of these cases that's been opened on a daily basis, how many of them are even reaching the courts? Because a lot of women get very disturbed because the cases are never going to court. Even if you are raped, you went for all the tests and you got everything, but still there's a delay in these things. So a lot of people just think, I'm not going to go to court because in any case, it is not going to happen anymore. Then I also would like to know, during the COVID time, the presenter said that during COVID time, the abuse went down. But if you look at 2020, when the COVID started, it was a hard lockdown period. And it was discussed on television and everywhere that the abuse became even worse because no one could leave the house. So the partner was stuck with the abuser inside that house. And that abuser was just doing what he wanted because no one could go out of the house. There was no driving around, going to shopping centers and all those things. So I just need to know, she say yes, the lockdown, when there was no alcohol, it went down, you know. But people were selling alcohol at a high price. Here in my street, for a bottle of beer, you paid 120 rand. And there was an alcohol, the alcohol centers made more money than they had ever made during the lockdown, because a bottle of whiskey, you paid 500 to 1,000 rand for a bottle of whiskey. That is why people resorted to make pineapple beer and all these things. So I think that is not correct, because the alcohol abuse was even huge during that time. And then the other thing I would like to ask, sorry for all these questions, the Northern Cape, the population is very small. The lady just said now that the Northern Cape is doing well because but the Northern Cape don't have a lot of people. The stats can even show you during the election time, it's a smaller province, the smallest province even, but it's the biggest problems with the problem with the biggest alcohol abuse problem, and the biggest province that is having abuse because of alcohol and children born with alcohol syndrome. So that stats, yes, it's going to be small because it is the people that live there. It is the amount of people is not the same as in Cape Town, because that is where the problem is. But if you go and work in Northern Cape, like myself, I work in the whole of the Northern Cape. And the problem that we had there is that, alcohol abuse is huge. And then when people are drunk, they start fighting and stabbing each other, because knife killings is a lot in Northern Cape, not so much with guns. And then the other thing I would like to know, in the Eastern Cape, gender-based violence is huge, murder is huge, and there's something that needs to be done. The chiefs and the people that is in the rural community, because that is where it's happening mostly, is that we need to have a stakeholders meeting and training, because these chiefs, they are listening to what the people are saying, listening to what the chiefs are saying. So the killings of these people in the Eastern Cape is because of the rural area that is so big, and then also the patriarchy, especially in the Eastern Cape and KZN, is huge, because men so feel they are in charge, they can do whatever they want because they are paid la bola, and they can just use you as a softball the way they want to. So I just need to look at that one. Of Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape. And then we as parents, we teach our children, don't speak to strangers. Yeah? And if you look at what that was shown just now, people are being abused and killed by their partners, by their husbands, by family members, people that they know. So when are we going to start a project by saying, be on the lookout for the people that you love, your loved ones? Because at the end of the day, it is not strangers that is doing this thing. It's very seldom that you see. Yes, maybe here and there we will do it. People being robbed and people being abused or people being raped. But the majority of the time, it's happening inside your house. It is people that you know, uncles that you know, that is raping the little girl for years on end. So when are we going to have that campaign by saying it is not strangers that is doing this thing? It is people that we know, that we love, with our whole hearts, and that we trust. So we need to have the campaign on that. So Chairperson, I'm going to stop there because I have a few more questions that I would like to know, because even this morning, I woke up with the news that a woman, the girlfriend, was beaten with a brick by the husband. She passed away. 2 days ago in Ravensfleet, 3 children was killed by gun, shot in Elsa's River. So these are the things that we wake up every morning from. And we need to come up with a clear solution how we can address this thing. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare, for your comments and questions. I just wanted to also say that if you have more questions, I believe that the Medical Research Council can respond to questions that we would like to send in writing, so that we make sure that we keep within the time that we have allocated to this session. The Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning once more. I can only empathize with the work of the Medical Research Council for choosing to travel the route that is generally less traveled, dealing with the social impact, the negative social impact of that are affecting our societies. And I think I can only appreciate the good work that they are doing, but also looking at the psychosocial rehabilitation of offenders in terms of how they can maybe supplement the work of the correctional services. Because most often than not, we see offenders released on parole, but they often recommit the same crime that they committed before. So I think then, therefore, the rehabilitation process of the offenders in jail does not necessarily reach the level that is expected for them to be released on parole or whatever after serving the term to avoid a repeat of what they have done, as we have seen it. The presentation also highlights the failure to locate significant proportion of femicide cases within the police system. And what systemic issues prevent the poor recording and tracking of femicide cases in the police system. And to extend, I think the police, in particular, male police, also themselves, there's some psychosocial work that needs to be done on them so that when they see cases like this, they must know how important it is to pay attention to this case, because then they treat them like any other case. I think that area also needs to be looked at. And also with the murders committed using lethal weapons, what common lethal weapons are being used? And can we zoom into that area and find a way of police limiting access to those things, or finding a way of reporting actions that may lead to femicide early so that they can be able to be addressed. So empowering women, but also empowering men to deal with possible or imminent acts of femicide, to nip it early in the bud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for those comments and questions. I would like to hand over to the Honorable Monyai.
Thank you very much for Chairperson for really inviting one of the premier research institution, the SAMRC. I would want to raise the following question. Firstly, on a lighter note, is there any relationship between Professor Abrams and Honorable Abrams? That's on a lighter note. On a serious note, Chair, let me go to the issues that I believe are of importance. One key issue that I want to ask is that whether the SAMRC, comparatively studying, they've even look at the cases or the studies within the African continent around the issues of femicide.
Honorable Munyai, we seem to be losing you, or am I the only one that's losing Honorable?
Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Thank you very, very much indeed. I wanted to check again, Chairperson, as to whether how can the SAMRC address the gaps in knowledge about the risk assessment and the safety planning tools in South Africa? What steps can be taken to ensure that these tools are actually relevant and effectively support the survivors of the intimate partner engaged in violence? But also, there's also studies, Chairperson, that has been done by Professor Charles Perry from the SAMRC, for instance, that indicate that that research indicate that the substance abuse, in particular the alcohol abuse, especially binge drinking as a critical driver and the social destabilizer, which can contribute to femicide and gender-based violence, as you define it, Professor. The research further argues that the reduction of annual that to reduce the annual per capita alcohol consumptions. That time he was indicating from 2000 to 2014 from 8.1 liters to 6.9 liters contribute to the reduction of the traffic accident, fatal accident by 31% and more. Now it could be more, and road injury death by almost 10% from 2004 and 2009. And I think I fully agree with this reduction if you are to relate it to the current period. Of course, the number of the benefits in really reducing the binge drinking can help us, because it's only through drinking alcohol, abusing alcohol or binge drinking, that can lead the people to be able to smoke, other substance abuse, or even cigarette itself. It can contribute to obesity, number of factors, especially people that have diabetes and so on. They will also continue to abuse it, and it will create more problems for their health conditions. So what is your reflection about Charles Perry's finding with respect to the alcohol being one of the critical drivers? I agree with your reflection that during the lockdown restriction, when the alcohol was banned, that time there was reduction. It translated to reduction of the femicide and gender-based violence in that regard. So I agree with that reflection. So, but the benefits we get as a country, the tax we get from these alcohol companies, producing companies, it is lesser compared to the implication, mortality, and also the implication that we spend to deal with the consequences of substance abuse that contribute, amongst others, to GBV and so on. When there's a lack of money in that instances, it says the consequences, amongst others, alcohol as a critical driver. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Munyai, for those comments and reflections. I just would like to now hand over to
Chair, Reverend has not spoken.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The Reverend must raise his hand. The revered hand must go up.
This gadget is not able.
Okay, go ahead, Reverend Advisor.
I'll be very short. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and the members. And thank you so much for the research that has been done. Really, you can see that extensive work have been done, and to look after our women. This is a serious, very serious issue, or challenge that the country is facing at this current moment. And what I would like to see also maybe on the research, or being also focusing on, because I can see that we are focusing on a victim, and these men who are doing these things, they are just left, and they are going out there, and there is no programs that are there for men, specifically to make sure that men do not do these things that they are doing, these wrong things that they are doing. If ever we can have that also in place, and because as much as we capacitate the victim, these men are not going to stop. It's just that the victims will be able to defend themselves, but these men will not stop. I don't know if it's psychologically. I don't know if ever it's maybe the person, the way you grew up, or and also the effect of alcohol. I will not say that it's alcohol only, because even at church there are some pastors who do that we have found to be beating their women. So this thing is very serious in terms of what is this thing? What is really a trigger on this thing? But focusing on the men, why do really men end up doing these things? Our women, our girls, our and if ever the studies also can go deeper into that form, and we begin to when we look back in the time of President Jacob Zuma, there was some program that he wanted to do when he was talking about building families, that let us begin to build families, and how are the family structure, how the family structure has been built, and how then there is an awareness around that in terms of a family structure, and how do people should relate in that family structure. But I think that the input that I'm putting across is that in the study also, if ever we can have something concrete, that will be programs to stop men before they do this terrible thing. Thank you, my chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Babaza, for those comments and the questions. I will not even take 2 seconds now. I'll hand straight back over to the Professor Abrahams and Dr. Mahlangu, and whomever else that they have on the platform to actually field the questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Pinky, is it okay if I address the femicide related questions and then hand over to you and Prof. Ntusi, obviously, to assist? So it was wonderful. It really meant you really understood the work that we do, and it is very, very encouraging to find that the honourable members had this big concern and do find that the work that we do is valuable. I want to just to remind people, we, as the Medical Research Council, our primary goal, and in our unit, the Gender and Health Research Unit, is to find out what is the problem, what are the risk factors, develop intervention, make sure the intervention works. So it's all research. We do not deliver services. We do the research that help the service providers deliver the services. So I just wanted to make sure that's understood. So there were wonderful questions, and I will try and go through them. And if I do miss and I apologize, some of them were comments. I think the first honourable member, Shlong, asked about, I had actually only one question, and asked about why do we think the rates of femicide has remained the same in the last 3 studies. We don't have the full answer, but I think I did allude to the fact that guns and the control of guns were the main factor that decreased the femicides between 1999 and 2009. And it has remained the same, and it has plateaued out for now. We believe that the availability of guns played a very big role now. The COVID year was a different year, and so we can't really treat it the same. And that's why we need to do another study to see where the COVID year was different because of COVID conditions, or are we seeing a trend that's going up again? So that's very important. So we don't have the full answer there. The second question from a member Shlongu, Honorable Member Shlongu, was what was our view of why we saw an increase during COVID? And then there was a question about effective changes as well. How do we make sure that we have strategies that COVID was a strange conditions. First of all, we saw a decrease during time, so there were no alcohol, yet we saw an overall increase. We think COVID was a stressful period. People lost jobs. People were stressed about the virus itself. Families were living together. People had economic problems, and we know one of the structural factors for violence against women is economic factors, poverty. There is higher levels of violence in poverty. And we believe that those factors came together. Men were particularly stressed because the norm is men are the carers, and here they were really struggling with being a carers. That are some of the things we think may have led to the increase during COVID. We need a study for 2025 to know if it's real. Then there was, the Honourable Member also asked about effective strategies. Now, I think we have this, I introduced the femicide prevention strategy. I think we need to get that strategy approved so that we can really start implementing it, because I think we really worked very hard at thinking, what is it that we can do? Looking at a full society, it is no one single department or one single intervention. We need to work with women, girls, children, police, justice, offenders within prisons, everywhere. So it's a multifactorial thing, but we need to also know what works. We can't just throw everything into the pot and expect a really nice recipe. So we need to first really understand. We've got the National Strategic Plan. It needs to be funded. It needs to be resourced. People need to be trained, and then we might see a change. The third member was Honourable Member Mahata, asked the questions about regional differences. And I think we have shown, and I think it was on, we have shown femicide across the provinces, and that was on slide 15. So we've shown regional variations. However, digging down into communities, we were not able to do. We were able at least to look at provinces. So we don't really know, we can see, we see Eastern Cape, we see KwaZulu-Natal and things like that. Sorry, it is not, that's not the right, what is it? Right. I was trying to find so that I can show the Honourable Minister where to look at it. No, it is slide 15, correct. So we show, please have a look. And we can see that the rural provinces do have lower rates of femicide. And we see that happening for Northwest, Mpumalanga and Limpopo. The Honourable Member also asked about the LGBTQI community. Now, we found the woman at the mortuaries. The women were identified as a female person by the forensic pathologist because they looked at her maybe physically. But our police were not able to tell us whether the person identified as a female. If investigations are not done properly, they would not be able to know whether she was in a she identified as a bisexual or queer or as a non-binary person. So I believe we don't have that data because our police were not very good at finding it. If there was a woman who were trans and she had surgery done, we would have found that in our autopsy report. And we didn't find anybody that met that requirement in our autopsy report. So I hope I answered that adequately. Rural, just again, we have not found a difference between urban and rural if we look at it in detail in terms of women being killed. So we need to look at it in a bit more depth. I think the Honourable Minister gave me ideas about what we need to look at further to see if we can see regional, different regional patterns. Then Honourable Member Abrams, of who I've met for the first time today, and so we share a very common surname. So I just want to state that. Ask also about success of programs. I think, Pinky, I'm going to leave that to you, but the Minister spoke about police and how she visited police and whether there's a problem with the resources and caseloads. We think it is a case. I think there are very few other countries that has the large number of homicides that we have and a large number of cases. This really is the reason why, part of the reason why they're struggling. They have many cases to investigate and things does get to the bottom of the pile. A case becomes a cold case. If you don't get good forensic information within 24 hours, we know that that evidence disappears. If you don't speak to people and people come forward to tell you, there's not going to be. So yes, our police investigations needs a lot more than desired. You also, the Honourable Minister asked about the review of the 3 pieces of legislation that happened in 2023. We could not possibly have seen an impact because our last study was in 2021. So hopefully in the future, maybe we would see the impact of those legislation. The legislations were increase no bail application for people who are found to have killed a partner and things like that. I don't know to what extent there will be a huge impact. And then the Honourable Member also asked about the risk assessment and the categories. I thought that was a very interesting question because that is exactly what we're looking at. Remember, I told you about the study because we're still in the field. So we need to find, so what we suggest is that we don't use hard cut-offs to say to a woman, oh, he has already tried to strangle you, he has a gun, he told you he's going to kill you, you've already asked for protection order, you are at high risk. We should use it as a conversation with a woman to help her think about, she needs to identify herself as at risk. We can't tell her she is. That's what I believe. We need to equip her with information that help her to give her insight into her situation. So this tool, I think we are going to find maybe there are women that are at lower risk and women that are at high risk. And the high-risk woman should be assisted by developing the safety plan. Well, we hope that is what we are planning to do. Binky, I think there was a question around stats. I will leave that one for you to answer. I will go on to the Honourable Member Tafini, refer to slide 6 and cases 6 and 8, which was reference to the cases that were found in the mortuary but not in the police. Yes, Honourable Member, that is true. We found a case. The women were obviously a homicide case. She was stabbed. We know her name. I can't now remember whether we know, we didn't really collect names, but we know the autopsy report is there. Here's a woman murdered, but we cannot find that case in the police system as having been investigated. So yes, that's true. That is what we came across. And you ask whether law enforcement is a problem. Obviously it is. Our data shows that. If we have so many cases which cannot be found, so many cases where a perpetrator cannot be found, we certainly have got a problem with law enforcement and with investigation. Honourable Minister, a member also asked about firearm. Very good question about legal and illegal. So here's another thing that we try and find when we speak to the police. And this is now a case of a woman who was killed with a firearm. And the police tell us, we ask the police, did you find a firearm? Do you have forensics around the bullets? They tell us yes or no. And we ask them, if they say yes, they have information about the gun. We ask them, is the gun legal or illegal? Now, police very seldom had information about that. It is a question we ask, and it's an important question because we need to see whether women are killed by men who were issued a firearm legally, or were women killed by a firearm that's been in the illegal circulation, because that helps us with understanding where we need to intervene. So very little information from police around that. There was also a question on slide 20, which shows the increase of no perpetrator in the Eastern Cape being higher. The question was, why do police not help? I think it's just part of the challenges that Eastern Cape have across all the departments. And it is therefore not, it's not a surprise that Eastern Cape has higher levels of femicide and higher levels of perpetrators not known, because that is what we find in other aspects in terms of health, in terms of many education, everything else. I want to remind maybe just there are maybe cases which are given more attention than others. Just think of Oscar Pistorius, how much attention were given to that case. Yet at the same time, there were many other women that were killed and police didn't give the same attention. So yes, certain cases do get better looked after. And we know it's probably linked to other issues of privilege. Correctly, the Honourable Member talked about patriarchy. I think that's correct. Sorry, was there somebody that wanted to ask a question? Can I continue? Honourable, yes, carry on.
Please continue. I didn't hear.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. So, Honourable Member Marie, I listed 10 issues that was raised. Many of the issues that the Honourable Member raised were actually were comments, I believe. It wasn't really maybe directly. I think the Honourable Member shared many of her own experiences about poor service providers like shelters, about how she went to police and when police do not assist women. And the member also asked about campaignings and starting programs. Just wanted to remind again that we do not initiate programs. We provide the data for programming people to implement. So, and what our role is to make sure that the programs that works, that there's evidence that it is effective. And I think that's, so Honourable Member Marie, I know you asked many questions about it. You asked about the 15% that were missing in terms of cases not found in the police system. You spoke about the role models. That's very important that we work with men, teach men. We absolutely agree. And we do develop You've heard Dr. Mshango talk about we have quite a bit of interventions which we are testing that we work with men. Then there was, I think the honourable member were not convinced and said that our data on the decrease of femicide when alcohol was not available was not correct. I think there was later on the member that spoke second last, Honourable Member Muniai, that actually said that he believed that the data is it's in sync with what we saw during COVID, when there were less interpersonal violence and less motor vehicle accidents because there was less alcohol. The evidence is unfortunately very clear that was the case. We know it's a very complex picture, the COVID time. And yes, alcohol was available in communities, but I think there was less going around in any case. The Honourable Minister also talked about the Northern Cape, an area that she works in, and about the population being very small, but the problems being very high. I agree with that. I think alcohol is a particular problem in Northern Cape. We've not done direct studies in that area, so I can't really talk about that. The Honourable Member also spoke about the Eastern Cape and how there is a patriarchal problem, a particular problem in rural areas. I think patriarchy is across everywhere. It might be more entrenched in rural areas, but it certainly is, we find, in urban areas as well. The Honourable Member also spoke about how it is important that we have campaigns for children about the risk being with people who can hurt you the most, or people who are close to you. I think we must be very careful. We need to think about how we do such a campaign. As I said earlier, that's not something we do ourselves. We provide the data for people to develop it. I will move on now to Honourable Ramela, who emphasized that the important work about the social impact work that is done. And I think a very important message here from the Honourable Member was about offenders and how we just know that rehabilitation of offenders is not effective. And we know in our field, gender-based violence field, the offender programs, of which we don't have a lot in South Africa, but everywhere else in the world, it has not shown that it's effective. So we really need to find another approach. And it is really a whole society. I think it's very important when the member also spoke about policemen, how they need psychosocial support and training. I absolutely agree with that. There was also reference to guns, what weapons use and how we empower men. I absolutely agree with that. Then we have Honourable Munhai talking about what we do about in the rest of the continent, femicide. Unfortunately, this kind of work we have not found in the rest part of the country. We're talking to WHO about them supporting us to take this study, this project to other parts of Africa. So we hope that's successful. And I agree that Charles Parry's work on binge drinking is really absolutely, his work has been really valuable in understanding the role of alcohol. The very last response was from the Honourable Reverend, and he spoke about how patriarchy and how deeply it is, how masculine, how we need to work with men. I just want to say again, yes, we work with men. We need to know what works. What are the works? And I think Pinky shared the work that we do on changing gender norms, gender norms and norms on the use of violence are two key things that are important. And obviously breaking down the patriarchy. I'm going to stop there. Pinky, please, if you could fill the gaps with all the work, your expertise, areas of expertise. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Naima.
Just before you take over, Dr. Mahlangu, I just want to acknowledge that we have now been joined by the Department of Social Development with the leadership of the Honorable Deputy Minister. I heard that the professor was promoting all of us, calling us ministers, honorable ministers. We thank you for that, Prof, but I think there's more work that we need to do to get there. So we have been joined by the real Honorable Deputy Minister in the person of Honorable Hendricks and his team from the department. But Honorable Deputy Minister, if you do not mind at all, we would need to give the Dr. Mahlangu, who is the second and the last one, I don't know if she's the last one, to give some responses to the questions that were asked. And obviously some reflections were asked for before we then stop this part of the meeting to then go over to the department. With your indulgence, Honorable Deputy Minister. Over to you, Dr. Mahlangu.
Thank you very much again, Honorable Chair, and a warm welcome to the Honorable Deputy Minister. And just to say thank you very much to Naima, who has addressed many of the questions that were raised by the honorable members. I think I'm going to just speak to 3 points around how does the MRC measure success of programs, which was asked by Honorable Abrahams. And to say, Honorable Abrahams, that so when we do research, before we implement any intervention, we collect data using a survey, but also through interviews at times, where we speak to all of the participants in our programs and we ask them about several things that we would be interested in. And some of these things are already things that the programs are addressing. So we call that baseline survey, where we collect information to find out about the status quo before the implementation of the various interventions. We then administer the intervention for however long the time is. We then go back after the intervention. We administer the same questionnaire that we asked when we started the program, because at that point, we are trying to ascertain what has changed after having participated in the program. And we do this not only quantitatively through the survey, we also have interviews with the participants, and at times we also do focus group discussions where we bring the participants of the program and we ask them several questions about the program. So that is how we measure the success that I spoke about. That is how we know, that is where we get the feedback around the interventions that we mentioned. But as Naima said, as researchers, we are not, in whichever area for a long-term period. You find that some of the follow-ups that we do with our participants, at maximum, they are 2 years, they are 3 years. We measure, impact at 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. But because of funding constraints, we do not conduct, there's very few longitudinal, impact studies or impact evaluations that we do. We do acknowledge those limitations, but I just thought I should highlight the process that we follow in measuring the programs. There was also another question from Honorable Abrahams around the statistics of women that, experience sexual violence on campuses. Just to say that we found that about 20% of the women who participated in the survey across 5 provinces in South Africa and 8 campuses, which included TVET colleges and universities, said they had experienced sexual violence in the past year. And, note that this was just the report for the past year sexual violence experience. If one had to go and study the lifetime prevalence of sexual violence, we would have found that the numbers are even higher. So I hope that answers your question. And to just end what Naima has spoken about around the work with men, we have several interventions that we do, and we acknowledge and agree with all of the honorable members that work with men is very, very important. It doesn't make sense to only actually empower the women and leave the men behind. Because even if you look at the intimate partner violence, these women are in relationships with men. You know, of course, there's a different study where we are studying women who are in relationships with other women, but, you know, they also need a different program, as I've highlighted before, that, you know, in those relationships, you have to address the bi-directional violence that occurs in those relationships. But I agree completely with the honorable members. Work with men is important. And as the unit, we continue to, you know, test interventions that address, you know, some of the things that I've highlighted before around violence perpetration, issues of mental health, issues of livelihood, but also shifting the gender norms that we know that drives most of the violence that is experienced by women in our societies. And I'm going to end it there. And thank you very much, Chair, for this time. We know that we've gone beyond the allocated time. Thank you very much. This was very insightful. All of the suggestions were taken around future work that we can even consider in the unit. And I would like to appreciate and end it there and hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahlangu and Professor Abrams. I cannot thank you enough, as I have mentioned before, for the work that you are doing, and in particular for the presentations that you have made this morning. As you say rightly, we have gone a little bit over time, but there was no way that I was going to cut off the rest of the responses that you have so eloquently put forward. And I do believe that the members of this portfolio committee appreciate, as they have said for themselves, they appreciate the work that you are doing and the presentation you made this morning. I do not know if Dr. Ndusi would like to say a closing word, or if he is even on the platform still, but that 1.5 minutes would be allocated to that if there is a desire on his part to say anything before I start the second part of our meeting. I do not see any indication for that, so I would like to thank you and wish you all the best with the presentation of your strategy, that it be approved, as you are, I mean, you have put in so much work into it. So we hope to hear next, when we hear about it, that it was approved and your work, your great work continues. We will now be joined by already been joined by the department. And if you would like to stay, you are more than welcome, because obviously they are going to be presenting on the strategy in the same sort of kind of work that you've also been presenting to us. But we would not be offended at all if you excuse yourself after such a great presentation with us. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm not going to give us, unless I'm very strongly persuaded, but I was not going to give us any time, any breaks or anything like that, because I believe that we need to use our time, you know, in a good way. And also we have been joined by the department. So I would like to then ask and greet the Department of Social Development and greet the Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and the ADG and the team that has joined us, I believe. And so I will hand over to the ADG so that we can hear what is that they have in store for us, and then we can get over to the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member of the Portfolio Committee. We are here as a department with EXCO, and we are joined physically by the acting CEO of NDA, And I think we have got also CEO of SAMRC with us. I think firstly, I need to tender a serious apology for something that has happened with us. When we sent the report on Friday, we forgot the second presentation on the teenage pregnancy. And the members will be seeing this report for the first time, which is not right. And we need to apologize, especially from the DG's office, that we made a mistake and for that oversight. It's only 3 slides that we have. We didn't send in time. So we need to apologize, members, if you could accept our apology. But we sent it already this morning, which is not right, because you need to read and familiarize yourself with what we have. So we have got all EXCO members with me here for any questions and related questions, especially guidance from the portfolio committee, who we find it very helpful. And most of the time, when we leave this committee, we are able to know where the gaps are and what we need to do and what are the things that we need to do to focus on when we do our quality assurance and also for service delivery implementation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ADG. We appreciate, and I, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, would like to accept your profuse apology. And these things actually happen when humans try their best to do their work. I will now hand over to the Honorable Deputy Minister to give us the overview. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the warm welcome. It is indeed appreciated. And also, thank you very much for understanding what happened. You did say that we are human beings, and that you now have a real minister, and that just shows your understanding of Ubuntu. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the mandate of the Social Development Department is to provide, amongst others, social protection services to vulnerable individuals, groups, and communities to become capable and self-reliant. The department has accepted the call to implement a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide. We can call it NSP GBVF. In line with the NSP on GBVF, the mandate of the department is provision of psychosocial services to victims of crime and violence. As a department, we are responsible for implementation of Pillar 4, that is response, care, support, and healing of the NSP GBVF. The main intervention of the pillar is strengthening existing responses, care, and support services in ways that are victim-centered and survivor-focused, and a trauma-informed to facilitate recovery and healing. The department has, however, not only confined itself to the state pillar, but also makes official critical contributions to all pillars of the strategy, particularly Pillar 2, prevention and building social cohesion, and Pillar 3, which is justice, safety, and protection. The DSD has made tremendous progress in developing, responding, and implementation of programs and intervention aimed at addressing the scourge of gender-based GBVF. The presentation by the department will elaborate on the work undertaken thus far. I must also indicate that there is no way that the department can work alone in addressing the scourge of GBVF. We work in partnership with other stakeholders, such as other government departments. Now, Honorable Chair, you know that most government departments have budgets for this. The money is not in my department. The money is in different departments, and I remember during the 6th Parliament, when the President declared gender-based violence as a calamity, he mentioned that there's 2 billion rand available. And I was thinking that when I came to this department, that I'll have 2 billion rand in the budget to address this. And I've now discovered that most of the money are in government departments, so it is a collective effort. And I think maybe one of the ways forward in the future is that all the money must be in one department. Just with HIV/AIDS, you find that there's a single entity, and everything is in one department, or in one agency, or in one structure. But at the moment, Honorable Chair, the 2 billion rand or more is spread amongst nearly 40 government departments, which makes the job of oversight of my department and also the portfolio committee not so easy. So I'm raising that as a way forward, that like the HIV/AIDS, and yet there we are making tremendous progress, and it is chaired by the Deputy President. So for gender-based violence, we also need all the funding to be in one place. I mentioned that stakeholders are very important, such as government departments, and the money lies with them. They must spend it and not deploy it to other things in their department. They are also development partners. We're very grateful for their support, and civil society organizations. The President is very passionate about shelters and one-stop services. And in this portfolio committee, the importance of the command center has been raised. And I've made some efforts to get the donor to be back on board. We just need to settle the service provider. And going forward, we should be in a position to be on top of the game. In conclusion, I therefore recommend that the portfolio committee take note of the progress made as registered by the DSD in the implementation of the NDP on gender-based violence. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I now hand over to the DG, Mr. Peter Nisupali, to take us through the presentation. I do thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for those reflections. And we really appreciate, and it came through very clearly, even from the Medical Research Council, that this work is so huge, but also this work cannot be done by one department or by one organization. So the whole of society comes straight back to us to say, if we are to achieve anything or deal with these social ills that are confronting us, we need to work together. So I really appreciate your words, and will now hand over to the ADG. Thank you so much, ADG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, for the opportunity. We will now, I will now request the Acting DDG responsible for welfare services, Cesar Mahangwa, to take us through the presentation. What we have done a very comprehensive, a little bit more packed presentation so that we can be guided appropriately. And there will be two presentations. The other one is a short presentation that will be done by Mr. Nkere Skosana, who is going to give us on the teenage pregnancy work that they do with other government departments. Over to Acting DDG for Welfare, Cesar Mahangwa, over to you.
Thank you, ADG. Still morning. Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and our Honorable Deputy Minister. Yes, my task is to share the work that we have done as we journeyed to curb the scourge of gender-based violence. Next slide. This is a presentation outline. It covers all the areas that we'd like to share with the portfolio committee. Next slide. We've already covered the purpose. We can go to the next slide. Yes, the next slide is about the background to gender-based violence on developing the NSP. If you look at, there are 4 columns, I would say. The first one, or blocks, talks to, that the fact that the country has been contending with issues of gender-based violence for quite some time. And there has been initiatives by civil society to raise issues, to mobilize the community, to mobilize everyone to really ensure that the country at large will respond to issues of gender-based violence. Also, the second one talks to the review of the national action plans that were existing. Of course, we had national plans of actions, but some of those national plans of action were not fully implemented due to various challenges. Therefore, at that time, then the departments that are responsible for gender-based violence were requested to review the existing action plans and see how best can we really move forward, as a collective. And then the third one talks to the movement called Total Shutdown. In 2018, the Total Shutdown, it was a group of women from various sectors came together and really demanded that action must be taken. And out of that movement, they developed about 24 demands. One of their demands was to make sure that at the end of, I think they gave government 2 months to make sure that there is a presidential summit that must be convened. And indeed, that a presidential summit was convened. Next slide. Next slide. Moving.
So it's frozen.
Oh, okay, thanks. Then one of the tasks also was to say during that time, department needs to come together and look at their responsibilities, their roles and responsibilities, as all of us are tasked with the responsibility of addressing the scourge of gender-based violence in the country. And this also emphasizes the fact that we are not the only ones that are expected to render services, but we have to work as a collective in order to make sure that we eradicate the issue of gender-based violence. So I'll start with ourselves as a department.
Top left.
Top left. Yes, DSD. The role of DSD in terms of the sector is that we are expected to provide prevention and awareness campaigns. We have done so. We will talk to that as we proceed with the presentation. We are also expected to provide psychosocial services in various settings, not only in settings that DSD is responsible, Outside our setting, we are also providing psychosocial services. We are also expected to provide online services. We are also expected to provide support services to various settings. And we are also expected to strengthen the work of the CSOs because they are our implementing arm. We do it through training. We do it also with special funding from national office. The next one is NPA. For NPA, there's quite a lot that are expected to do, but where we are working with them, that's when it comes to issues of establishing TTC, Tutuzela Care Centers. They are mandated to establish Tutuzela Care Centers, but the DSD is expected to provide psychosocial services in those Tutuzelas together with the NGOs. We either deploy a social worker to do it, or if we're unable to do so, we then fund NGOs that are providing psychosocial services, and we also provide some kind of support to those NGOs. For SAPS, SAPS, we also work with them. They are expected to establish victim-friendly rooms in each and every police station. And our responsibility as a Department of Social Development is to provide psychosocial services. We also do it through the NGOs. There are NGOs that are deployed in those victim-friendly facilities, and the department provides training as well as financial support. The DOJ, we also work with them in terms of the court work. We provide court support to victims who attend, the court cases. We ensure that they are ready to stand for trial emotionally, not in terms of the legalities, but just emotionally, to say they are contained and they are able to go through the trial. For the Department of Correctional Service, we also work with them when it comes to parole board hearings. According to the Correctional Service Act, they are expected that when the perpetrator is due for parole, a victim must be consulted, and a victim must be ready to participate and say state their saying on the matter. So we do work with the victims. We do prepare them for such engagements. For traditional healers and leaders, at this stage, we work more with traditional leaders through the AU project. We have an AU project where we are training all our traditional leaders that participate in the AU activities on issues of gender-based violence. We even have an AU action plan where we're saying how best are we going to roll out the programs that we've been doing with our local offices. So we are now using them more, and not only on GBV, we are also beginning to start to work with them on substance abuse issues as well as child protection measures. Then the Department of Health, we also work with them, and the Department of Health, of course, they're not consistent in terms of providing some of their services to our sector. For instance, we've got shelters, and we expect that the Department of Health provide the PEP treatment services. So in some areas they are there, they do provide, in some areas they're not there at all. So those are some of the challenges that we are still trying to address with the Department of Health. They are not fully, they're not fully participating as far as the NSP is concerned. Even the pillars, the work of the pillars, they are hardly there. So those are some of the issues that we've escalated to the leading department, which is the Department of Youth, Persons, and with Disabilities. Then the Department of Education, Basic Education, we are also working closely with them in terms of rolling out or implementing programs that addresses violence against children. We are very big on that. And then the CSOs, of course, working closely with them because they are on the ground. They are our implementing agencies. So we ensure that we train them on various matters, on legislations, on new programs. We also learn from them as well, because there's quite a lot that they are doing, which is unique. And we also support them in terms of, strengthening their work in various areas. That's the work that we do. So those are the roles and responsibilities of us and the sector at large. Next slide. Okay. The next slide is it's about policies and the legislations. There's quite a lot of policies and legislations that are guiding the work that we are doing as a sector and as well as a department. But I just want to highlight one or two areas. The rest is the work that we've been doing over the years. The first one that I want to elevate is the Victim Support Service Bill. We are quite excited that finally the Victim Service Bill has been to Cabinet Committee, and it was approved on the 29th of October to proceed to the Cabinet. This bill is really going to be a game changer for victims because it is the first bill that put the victim at the center of criminal justice system. We've got quite a number of legislation in this sector, but most of them, they are looking around perpetrator issues or convictions more than support the victim. So our bill is looking into that, and we are hoping that it will be approved and be taken further. The other interesting work that we've done is the amendment of the Children's Act to ensure that we strengthen the protective measures, because as issues of child abuse are escalating, it was important for us to begin to look at some of those emerging areas, like, for instance, issues of online safety. Those are some of the issues that we are working on, because a lot of young people and children, they are in those platforms, and our campaigns normally are not even able to reach them there. So we have begun to focus on that area. Then the other one is the Older Persons Act. We have also been we have amended it. We are busy with it. We are finalizing it. We are strengthening, the social protection arm of older persons, making sure that they feel safe. Next slide. Next slide. This one is around the consultations that we participated as a department and as a sector at large when we were drafting the NSP, and it was a wider consultation, both rural as well as urban areas. They were consulted, and during those consultations, various issues emerged. Some of them, it was the issues of criminal justice system. Communities and people were saying the criminal justice system is not friendly at all to victims. So therefore, if really government has to do something, we need to ensure that the criminal justice system, there are serious reforms that must take place in that area. The other issues that they raise issues of lack of transport. As a result, women become victimized. The issues of lighting, they say light in, the street lights, they said we take those things for granted, and they are quite key because they do provide some safety for women. Issues of drugs, issues of police not being visible, issues of poor parenting, as well as alcohol being one of the drivers of gender-based violence. They also spoke about rapid response teams at a local level, that since we are dealing with a crisis, much as we are focusing on other interventions like prevention and awareness, but it's important that we also have a rapid response team that are able to respond when a violence has taken place. And then there's also the issues of addressing women economic vulnerability was also raised sharply, to say the reason why sometimes women stay in those abusive relationships is because of they don't have alternatives to economic development programs. So very important that the interventions that you are coming up with must not only address the trauma that they've experienced, but it must further strengthen them as far as the skills development is concerned. Here, during the consultation, we also looked at what is the context, what the problem, how big is the problem that we are trying to address. Looking at, if you look at the top left, it talks about the magnitude of the problem. We're saying, how big is this problem? And for us to know how big is the problem, we have to look at the existing data as well as the research that has been conducted. institutions like HSRC, Medical Research Council, as well as institutions of higher learning, they have been consistent in conducting research and giving us, those recommendations so that we can align our interventions. But now, recently, we also received the study that has been conducted by Medical Research Council that talks about the baseline survey that looks at victimization and perpetrators. And we're looking at the recommendations, and some of the key things that came out of that study was saying we need to really focus on having effective collaboration for us to really cap the scourge. And it also emphasizes the importance of prevention program, that we need to really invest in a prevention program, not only focusing on victims, but dealing with the, a family as an intervention and many others. So we are looking at how best are we going to review and align our programs, looking at the recommendations of the study. So those are some of the studies that we keep on looking at. And then the other issue here is also the issue of historical institutions. So they were saying it's important that we understand the history of violence in the country, that we have inherited a past that was very violent. So therefore, as a result of that, a lot of African people have suffered a collective trauma. So when we're coming up with our trauma-informed interventions, it's very important to also look into our history. The other issue that we also needed to look at was the issue of the whole society, to say the issue of gender-based violence. It is not only the issue that is affecting the victim alone, but it's affecting the entire society, how we are responding to gender-based violence, how we are perpetrating it, how we are sustaining it. So that's why when looking at the interventions, it will have to touch all the levels of our society. Next slide. Can I skip that one? Slide. Yes. Skip that one. Yes. Okay. Here it's a roadmap that we travel, all of us as a sector, for us to be where we are. Here we're just emphasizing the areas that we've traveled. The first one, is talking to total shutdown, which I've already alluded to say on the 1st of August 2018, a movement of women came together and march in the streets of South Africa and come up with 24 demands and demand that we address gender-based violence. And from there on, there was they demanded a presidential summit. We had a presidential summit on the 1st and the 2nd of November. Although here we are saying 400 organizations attended, but the participant and community in general, we had over 1,000 participants that attended the summit. And out of that summit, there were resolutions. And one of the resolutions was also to establish an interim committee, because there was no coordinating structure at a national level that was able to pull together all our efforts and activities. So an interim steering committee was established, led by the Department of Youth, Persons with Disability, and there were also declarations as well as the resolutions that were taken. And one of the outcomes was that we need to develop the National Strategic Plan of Action. That will be a 10-year plan, a blueprint that coordinates all our efforts and make sure that we deliver on those activities. Next slide. The slide here, it reflects the pillars of the NSP. The NSP is anchored on 6 pillars. The pillars are as follows. Pillar 1 is led by the Department of Youth, Persons with Disability, as well as the NGOs. They are co-chairing this pillar. Their focus is on accountability, coordination, and leadership, because one of the key things came out was that if we do not have strong coordination and leadership, as well as holding the sector accountable, not only government, but both government and the NGOs that are in the space, then we'll not be able to cap the scourge. So issues of accountability became critical. The second one is Pillar 2. It's led by basic education and NGOs. The focus here is on prevention and rebuilding of social cohesion. It's about changing the social norms. It's about, dealing with the issues right at a primary level, even infusing issues of gender-based violence on their curriculum. But as a Department of Social Development, we have a lot of activities that we do under Pillar 2. We are part of Pillar 2, and we are providing interventions under Pillar 2. Although we are not leading it, but we are key role players when it comes to Pillar 2 matters. Then the next one is Pillar 3. Pillar 3 is led by the Department of Justice. Their focus is on law reform. One of the things that came out during the consultations of the NSP was that the criminal justice is not favorable to victims, but is favorable to perpetrators. So justice has to look at their existing legislation and make sure that their legislations begin to talk to issues of victims, which I'll talk to later. Pillar 4 is led by DSD, our department, together with NGOs. And our key responsibility is to provide response, is to immediately respond when issues of gender-based violence erupt, and is also to provide care and support as well as healing. Pillar 5 is about economic power. One of the issues as well that emerged during the consultation was that a lot of men are saying they are unable to leave their partners who are perpetrating violence against them because of the economic dependency and all of that. So the economic power had to be looked at, and it's led by DTIC, which is one of the department, trade and industry, that is part of the economic cluster, as well as the NGOs that are in that space. And then the last pillar is Pillar 6, which talks to research, information, and management. It's led by DPME, and they're also working with a number of research institutions to make sure that our interventions are evidence-based and they are they are informed by the developments as we go on and implement the programs. Next slide. Okay. This one is Pillar 1, is just to emphasize here that Pillar 1, it was about leadership, it was about accountability, to say accountability must be at all levels. It must not only be, at a national level only, but there must be accountability at national, provincial, local, everywhere. There must be accountability for us to be able to fight the scourge of gender-based violence. And the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, they are leading on that. Even now, there is a legislation as well that has been approved to ensure that it strengthens coordination activities. Next slide. Next slide is just to emphasize what Pillar 2 stands for. Like we said, that is focusing on prevention, rebuilding social cohesion. Here it's more on saying all the prevention programs. It doesn't matter whether we are at a national level or government or NGO, but all we are saying is that the prevention programs must be evidence-based so that we know for sure that they are working. Secondly, they are saying the prevention programs needs to focus on behavior change, because as long as the behavior doesn't change, then we are not winning. The other one, the other issue was the fact that the program must also be talking to issues of norms. And also focusing on shifting away from toxic masculinity. So those are some of the areas that the prevention space is looking at. And as a department, we are contributing to that, and we'll unpack it as we move on. The next slide. The next slide, we are summarizing some. This is not all, but some of the national campaigns that we have been rolling out as a department, but there are other programs that the provinces are rolling out. The first one here, we are saying we've got an Orange Day observation every 25th of the month. We are rendering awareness campaign. We call it Orange Day campaign, where we are reminding everyone about the issues of gender-based violence or violence against children and violence against women. We do it on every month on the 25th. We also have a program called a program that is focusing on men as positive role models, as well as men and boys. One of the issues that they've raised was that there is no way we can break the cycle of violence if we do not work with men and boys. They must not be excluded. We must focus on them, and there's quite a lot that the sector is doing to fight. And even the department, we've got men's program as well as a boys program that is dealing with this issue. The third one is a program on everyday hero ambassadors. It's campaigns, it's programs where we are focusing on prevention, and we are targeting various stakeholders. But what is important here, we are saying everyone in the community can become an ambassador of these issues. You don't have to be an expert for you to understand issues of gender-based violence and report them and contribute positively to reduce or curb gender-based violence. So we are focusing on ordinary communities. We're training them on key concepts and basic concepts and make sure that they roll it out. We also have we are also focusing on 30 hotspot areas and making sure that young people in those areas are trained to deal with issues of gender-based violence. We are also working with institutions of higher learning. Over the last 3 years, we managed to reach out to over 10,000 students in about 50 or 40 institutions of higher learning, where we are addressing issues of gender-based violence, issues of substance abuse. We also work with LGBTIQ communities, where we are actually working with them in communities. We are engaging communities. We are training them on issues of LGBTIQ and making sure that we curb the violence against them. We have awareness campaigns that we do with them. The last one is issues of human trafficking. We are also big on human trafficking. We have an act, although the act is led by justice, but we've got a bigger portion there. For instance, when the law enforcement agency intervene, we will be called as well as a Department of Social Development to intervene by assessing and confirming if a person is a victim of trafficking. There are procedures that we've put in place that assist us to confirm indeed that people are victims of trafficking, and we also remove them and place them in shelters that are accredited to actually deal with issues of human trafficking. We also have awareness campaigns that deals with issues of trafficking. One of them is called Kapela. It's actually focusing on young children. We are, teaching them about issues of human trafficking. We are also training them on modes of operandi of traffickers, because they use different modes. So our children need to know. One of them is the issues of online safety, how young people must relate in those platforms so that they do not expose themselves and become vulnerable to traffickers. So that is the work that we do. Next slide for Pillar 2. This was just to showcase some of the Everyday Hero booklets that we have developed, and we are distributing them in some of the areas. And these booklets are user-friendly because some people, they do not like to read a lot of information. So we try to put it in such a way that it's user-friendly for them. And it also, some of them, they've got an element of a talking book. So once you page them, they are able to even relate what is the story. So we started this project at a national level. Once it was established, we then handed it over to provinces to implement it at various communities. Next slide. Next slide, it's the Orange Day that I spoke about. We are commemorating it on the 25th of every month. We have an Orange Day. So these are some of the messages and the pamphlets that we have. Next slide. This one is a program called Takuwami Rimi. Yeah, it's a vendor expression. It's a program that says let's stand up together and fight gender-based violence as men, because men are important in this matter. So we have that program. We are rolling it out in our provinces. Next slide. This one it's also some of the pictures that we are showing where we are dealing with or combating human trafficking. Like I've said, we've got Capella, we've got other programs as well as the act that talks about the work that we do. Next slide. This one is also to just share the work that we do with LGBTIQ communities. We normally have these campaigns where we go to communities and share the platform with them as well as communities so that they are able to support and accept them. Next slide. That's all for Pillar 2 and the work that we do as a Department of Social Development. Then for Pillar 3, because it does have implications for us as a department, I'll just highlight those areas. It is led by Justice, as I've said. They've looked at the legislation. They've amended quite a number of legislations. For now, it's 3 legislations that they amended in 2022, and there are still more legislations that they are currently amending. We are participating as a department to make sure that we are providing psychosocial services and the support that is needed. Next slide. Here we are just emphasizing the legislations that have just been amended to ensure that we keep the scourge of gender-based violence. One of them is the criminal law on sexual offenses and related matters. It was amended, and one of the things that it did, it strengthened our role as a social development. For instance, now when courts are dealing with sexual offenses cases, we are expected to appear and provide an impact report or an impact statement so that the court can understand how the victim has been victimized and the impact it had not only on the victim but as well as on the significant others. So it's one of the services that we are now rendering. We do it either through our social workers or our probation officers. The second one is the Domestic Violence Amendment Act. This act was also amended, and also it strengthened our role as a social development. For instance, the Department of Justice is expected to issue protection orders. But one of the challenges with the protection orders was that a lot of men will die after they've been issued with the protection order because the perpetrator will still go ahead and victimize them or kill them. So there was a review to say the Department of Social Development, before a protection order is issued, a social worker is expected to do a risk assessment and check if it's safe to issue a protection order and advise a DOJ to say you can issue or no, we need to remove the victim, place the victim in a place of safety or a shelter before an order is issued. And some of the responsibilities that this act has given us is the fact that we are also expected to report the cases of gender-based violence and even apply for protection order, even if a client is not ready to do so. If you think it is in the best interest, you want to save life, then you are expected to do so. The third one is the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act. It was also amended now. It's also looking at the Criminal Procedure Act, and it's more on, for instance, where we come in is issues of bails, like when court grants bail. This act now, it says they need to consider where the victim is And we also need to inform the victim so that the victim can prepare themselves psychologically that a perpetrator is going to be released. So those are the new amendments, and they have implications on the work of the department. Next slide. You can pass. Next slide. Yes. Okay, this is Pillar 4. Pillar 4, as a department, we are mandated to provide immediate response. It's like immediate response. When violence happens, what kind of services do we have to ensure that we contain a victim? For instance, we've got services like the helpline. We've got services like the emergency response team that people spoke about. We've established the national emergency team where we deploy them in provinces where maybe violence has happened over the weekend, or it has happened when social workers they are not able to reach out to them immediately. So those are some of the response mechanisms that we have. We also have shelters that also they serve as a response, because when a person is running away, we should be able to provide that shelter and save lives. So those are the immediate responses that we have as a Department of Social Development. We are also expected to provide care and support. We do the support in courts, like I said, that we work closely with the Department of Justice and NPA, and we do provide the court support that is needed to ensure that the victim gets to court, to ensure that the victims know the court date. We prepare the victim and make sure that there is successful conviction as far as the mental care issues are concerned. And we also provide care and support in terms of the other facilities that we have. For instance, the Kuselekas that you spoke about, the TCC matches, they're led by other departments, but because we do provide a psychosocial, that is the support that we are providing, as well as the victim-friendly facilities. So those are the response, care, and support. And the ultimate aim is that after we have intervened, a victim must be healed at the end of the day. So that is the work that we are doing as a department. What is also important here to mention is that the issue of intersectionality of gender-based violence and substance abuse, as well as HIV, is quite critical because some of the victims, they end up using substances and they become addicted simply because of they want to escape from the violence that they are experiencing, or vice versa. The perpetrator, you find that they are addicted to substances, and when they're addicted to substances, that's when they commit this crime of gender-based violence. And we are also looking at HIV to say some of the victims, due to victimization, they end up contracting HIV. So that's why intersectionality programs now is some of the programs that we are doing as a national department. Next slide. This is a hierarchy of needs. Here we are just demonstrating how we are doing the psychosocial services, and this is just one of the models. There are many models that we normally use when we are providing psychosocial services. We've got behavior modification program, we've got cognitive therapy program, but this one here that we are showing right now, it's a model where we are saying it's a hierarchy, it's a Maslow hierarchy need, where we are saying the support that you're providing to a client, it starts from the first one, where we are talking about physiological needs. Basically here what we are saying when we are dealing with victims of gender-based violence, before we even can deal with the psychological needs, the trauma that they've experienced, what is important is to provide the dignity by providing the dignity pegs, like we're looking at what you are wearing. We give you the dignity pegs. We make sure that you shower. We make sure that you eat, there's food, before we can deal with any other, because that in itself, it restores the dignity that a person has lost as a result of gender-based violence. Then we move to the second one, which talks to the needs. We are saying now when we are When we have done that, we then admit you to some of our facilities depending on your needs. But for instance, as a Department of Social Development, we are in shelters. So when we are admitting victims in our shelters, we make sure that the safety issues are dealt with, and so that a victim is able to begin to focus and deal with the healing process. The third one talks to, we are now looking at the psychological needs, where we are looking at, the self-esteem of the victim, the low self-esteem that they suffered as a result of victimization, the issues of poor image that they now have as a result of victimization. So we work with them around that, so that at the end of the day, they have a sense of belonging and they are able to begin to restore and work on how they see themselves. Then the next one is around a STEAM model. The STEAM model is where we are talking about building your self-confidence, empowering a client to be able to take decisions and be able to, move away from environments that are not safe or are toxic. Then the last one is self-actualization. Here, what we are looking at, we are saying after we have intervened, a person or a victim must be able to move forward, begin to set goals, begin to take decisions that are differently from the way she used to, and also to make sure that the past does not determine the future. So those are some of the outcomes of our interventions, just in one model. Next slide. Here we're just emphasizing some of the GST programs that we are implementing under Pillar 4. It's NERT. I spoke about NERT as one of the response mechanisms that we've got this National Emergency Response Team that is at national level, but we do deploy it in provinces when there are crises or the need. And then we also have the GBV Command Center, which I'll talk to more of it. It's also a response mechanism. We have shelters, which are a support. I will also indicate the number of shelters that we have. We don't only have shelters, we also have green doors and white doors. It's like a 24-hour a kind of a service where a person can go and sleep and have an overnight sleep. And then tomorrow that crisis center will then be able to identify a shelter and refer accordingly. We also have the Kuselekas in some of the provinces. And then the other services that we have the skills development in our, especially in our Kuselekas, because one of the things that we said we need to ensure that our shelters, we're not only focusing on the trauma and the emotions, but we also need to empower women and girls with skills, so that at the end of the day, when they go back, they are able to find some work or they are able to be involved in entrepreneurial activities. Next slide. For gender-based violence as a response mechanism, yes, we had challenges with the gender-based violence command center. At some point, we did indicate to the portfolio committee that we are about to terminate the existing service provider. Indeed, that was done. We have appointed Vodacom right now. As I speak, they are on site. They are setting up the system and they are testing the system. They are working, day and night to make sure that we have the system up and running during the 16 days. The date that they gave us, they said by the 6th of December, we should be having a line that is up and running, because we are targeting the 16 days. And we know that during 16 days, that's when we get a lot of calls, people to call. But in the meantime, while we are working on our command center, we continue to fund other service providers, or we continue to fund other services that are doing similar work. For instance, the Lifeline, we are funding Lifeline, they do online services. We are funding Childline, they are doing online services. So there is still a service that it's being implemented. Next slide. Oh yeah, the next slide, it talks to shelters. We've got about, this is a breakdown of all the shelters in provinces. We've got about 136 shelters. We also have the white doors, like I said, the 24-hour kind of a service where it's an overnight service. We've got over 200 of those white doors in different areas or districts. And then we also have the Kuselekas. For now, we've got 4 Kuselekas. We still have a gap of about 5 Kuselekas. And Kuselekas, it's like a provincial kind of an institution. It's very big. It has so many elements. It's bigger than the shelter. So that's why it's taking a bit long to make sure that they're everywhere. But however, victims are still able to be provided sheltering through the shelters that are there, as well as the white doors that are out there. Next slide. Okay, this diagram, it reflects the number of districts the number of districts, as well as districts with shelters and districts without shelters. During the time when the Honorable President declared gender-based violence as a pandemic, we were expected to actually do an assessment of how many shelters do we have in the districts, and the instruction was that we must make sure that each and every district, at least they must have 1 shelter. Of course, there are still the white doors and the green doors, but it was important that we have to establish at least 1 shelter per district. So we have done that exercise. We've conducted that assessment. Out of 52 districts across the country, 45 districts, we found that 45 districts, they have at least 1 shelter per district. And the gap was 7. So we are working with provinces, those specific areas that do not have shelters. If I may go through this, with Gauteng, for instance, they are covered. They've got shelters in all their districts. For KZN, out of 12, they've got only 1 district that does not have a shelter, and then which is Zululand. In Western Cape, they are all covered. In Eastern Cape, they've got 8. They're all covered. In Northern Cape, they're not fully covered. Out of 5 districts, they've got 3 districts that have shelters. 2 is outstanding. We are working with them to ensure that they establish them before the end of this financial year. We've already identified the houses from Public Works. Work is in progress. Our target is that come the end of the financial year, we must have established the 2 shelters together with the province there. Then in Free State, we've got 5 shelters now. We're not able to change the statistics here because of the template that we're using, but we've covered the last one now. And then we've got Mpumalanga, they are all covered. In Northwest, there's only 1 district that is outstanding, and we're working with them to make sure that by the end of the financial year, it's established. In Limpopo, we've got 5 districts. 2 districts are without shelters, and we are working with them as well and supporting them financially to ensure that we establish those districts, those shelters that are outstanding in those districts. Next slide. The next slide is about the Kuseleka, the existence of the Kuseleka one-stop centers. Like we said, that this is a multidisciplinary service where it's not only DSD that is in those facilities. Much as we are leading, we are responsible for it, but we make sure that the other departments, they also are part and parcel of this. They've got offices in those services. They render services in those areas. For instance, some of the Kuselekas, a client is able to actually open a case. They don't have to still walk to a police station. They are able to open a case. Why? Because there is a police that is attached to a Kuseleka to render those services. So that is the Kuseleka one-stop center that we are providing, and it also helps us to make sure that we coordinate services, and a client is not sent from one pillar to one pillar to post to try and access services. So those are some of the Kuselekas that we have. We have 1 in Port Elizabeth, we have 1 in Northwest, Western Cape, and Limpopo. We are working on the 5. And a lot of work has been done. We are working with the Department of Public Works. They are the ones that are identifying the buildings for us. Our responsibility is to repurpose them once they've handed over a building to us. And they are also assisting us with the issues of rezoning, because some of these buildings, they were domestic buildings. Now we have to commercialize them in other ways. So therefore the issues of rezoning are quite critical, and we are working with the Department of Public Works to ensure that we achieve that. And the remaining 5 provinces that do not have Kuselekas, our plan is to establish them in the new financial year. For now, we are working on the shelters. We make sure that come the 31st of March, we are done with all the outstanding shelters. And then in the new financial year, we will be working with provinces to make sure that the outstanding Kuselekas one-stop centers are established. The next slide is about Pillar 5, which is economic power. As I said, that is led by DTIC, but as a Department of Social Development, we are also contributing to that in terms of skills development program. That the programs that we are doing are accredited. The programs that we are doing are able to really empower victims economically. So that is our bit of contribution to this pillar. Next slide. There are challenges that we are faced as a department as we are implementing the NSP. Some of them is we've noted that the lack of budget by provinces, because the issue of establishing shelters and Kuselekas, according to Treasury, it is the responsibility of provinces. National, they're not supposed to, they're supposed to support them. But provinces have raised the issues of budget constraints. So we are working with them, we are supporting them. We are also identifying development partners to make sure that we establish all those sheltering facilities that we need so much to address the problems. We also have issues of lack of participation by other key role players to ensure provision of effective specialization services in shelters, as an example. For an example, the Department of Health is supposed to provide PEP services in our shelters, especially for victims of rape. But in some provinces, it's not happening because of the Department of Health is not fully involved in providing, services for NSP. So it's not contributing fully. So those are some of the challenges that we are still faced with. We have escalated the matter to the leading department, which is the Department of Youth and Persons with Disability, and we are still engaging them on this because we need the service in some of our facilities. And then the other challenges that we have, it's police that, for instance, are expected to transport victims to shelters. You find that a victim would go and open a case in a police station. When a victim is supposed to be transported to our shelter, then it becomes a problem. Some of them cite that we don't have enough cars, and a victim stay for a very long time and being exposed to a police station, and which is, sometimes it's not comfortable for victims. So those are some of the challenges that we are experiencing as we are rendering the services, but we keep on engaging the stakeholders that are affected. The other issue is limited services and lack of mainstreaming of LGBTIQ issues, especially in shelters. We have a challenge where some of the shelters are not willing to admit victims of LGBTIQ because they will tell you that their infrastructure is not user-friendly and all of that. So we are working with them together with provinces to make sure that they do make provision for them and they must mainstream their services. The other one is issues of inadequate resource for CSOs to render effective DVB services. We do acknowledge that the funding that we are providing, especially for emerging CSOs, it's not enough, or sometimes they're not even considered. So we therefore, with our special funding like the CARA Fund, we work very hard with the emerging organization and make sure that at least we try to support that, but it's still not enough. But those are the things that we are working on and making sure that we increase the funding for NGOs. Then the last one is the challenges of unemployment of social workers that are needed to address the social ills. This is a challenge that we are currently experiencing as a department. We need them and we don't have resources. However, we have done quite a lot in this area. We have established a task team that is looking into that, and the task team is now working with private sector to make sure that we address the issues of unemployment of social workers. And a lot of companies are coming on board. They are interested to work with us because we have made sure that we share with them our vision and for them to also understand that they've got a role to play in addressing the issues of gender-based violence. Next slide. In terms of the mitigating strategies to address some of the challenges that we have, is the issue of making sure that we have an integrated service delivery model, because we have realized that there is no way we can render an effective service to victims of gender-based violence if our service delivery model is not integrated. So we are working on that and making sure that we share it across settings, various settings that we are expected to provide services. Number two, we are also looking at improving the provision of psychosocial services by making sure that we know at least we provide minimum core package of services. Here, by minimum core package of services, what we are saying there's quite a number of services that we are expected to provide, but sometimes provinces are not able to provide all the services. So we have then agreed with them that these are the minimum core package of services that you must provide, even if maybe you can have budget cuts, but these are the programs that you cannot cut the budget. For instance, provision of psychosocial services is one of the key. The issues of shelters, providing shelters is key. Helpline is key. Prevention program is key. So those are the core minimum package of services. Then the other issue is about improving reintegration and aftercare services as far as the shelters is concerned. Like we are saying that we used to have shelters that really did not have economic empowerment opportunities. So now we are strengthening that. We are working on that. We are working with a number of sitters to assist us to set up some of those economic empowerment programs using their existing funds. So those are some of the partnerships that we are leveraging on to make sure that we are able to provide a fully fledged service. We are also looking at issues of treatment centers. We are saying the treatment centers must be empowered to assess issues of gender-based violence while they're dealing with women, and ensure that they refer them appropriately to access trauma counseling services. Lastly, we are also working with health and welfare sector to fund us and provide services in 30 hotspot areas. We've got the 30 hotspot areas that have been declared by the president, and we have a responsibility to provide services. Some of the provinces do not have adequate resources to do so. So our partnership with our health and welfare sector has really come in handy to ensure that we establish services in those areas. We are doing that through the work of the youth ambassadors that we have deployed in those hotspot areas. Next slide. The last one is the Pillar 6, which talks to research information management. Like I said, that it's led by DPME. It's looking at all the research that the country is embarking on or commissioning, and it's also engaging us as various departments to make sure that we align our interventions. Like I said earlier on, that the SAMRC research that has just been done now, we are looking at it and say how best can we implement its recommendations. This is the last slide. In terms of the recommendations, we are saying it is recommended that the Portfolio Committee on Social Development note the DSD interventions and the progress that we've made thus far as we're implementing the NSP. And we're also saying the Portfolio Committee provide leadership and guidance in terms of continuing to render the NSP. And what we also need to indicate is that next year, 2025, it will be the midterm review of our current NSP. So it will be critical for us to look at that and say, how far did we go in implementing the NSP, and the remaining 5 years, what are the areas that we need to fast track and make sure that we implement them fully. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that presentation, which I believe was very well timed, except for the fact that we have another presentation, as the ADG indicated earlier, that has to do with the presentation on the programs aimed at addressing teenage pregnancy. But it is very, you know, I sort of appreciated this presentation and the work that is being done, but most of all the intersectionality of the work that you are doing, where I'm not able to say to you, why has this not happened? Because some of these things are not being done by this department, but are done in partnership with other departments and other stakeholders. But one appreciates the work that you have done and that you continue to do, and the interventions that have informed your programs as you do this work. Honorable members, I would like to propose that we allow the department to present the work that they have done to address teenage pregnancy. I heard earlier on when the ADG was talking to this issue that it is not a long presentation at all. So my take and my proposal is that we listen to this presentation and then we deliberate thereafter.
Agreed.
Thank you for that, Honorable Munyai. I will hand over to the ADG then to take us through that presentation. Thanks. You are muted, ADG.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members. The next presentation has got main slides. It's only 1 to 4 slides. And I will request right away straight to Ndate Nkeres Kasana to take us through. Over to you, Kasana.
Thank you, Acting DG, and thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. We'll shoot straight to the presentation. I'll skip the. Can you go to the next one? Yes, by way of background, Chair, we preface this by noting that it's important for girls to remain longer in school to achieve better socioeconomic outcomes. And we also know that adolescent and teenage pregnancy is a concern for the country and for policymakers, as it poses risks related to health, education, and socioeconomic aspects. And teenage pregnancy as a phenomenon is multifaceted and requires multi-sectoral approach from key stakeholders in government and non-profit organizations. In February 2015, Cabinet approved the National Adolescent Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Framework Strategy to address the gaps that were hampering progress when it comes to ASRHR in the country. The Adolescent Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Program of Action is a comprehensive strategy aimed at promoting and protecting the sexual and reproductive health and rights of adolescents. In response to this issue, government has implemented various programs to address root causes of teenage pregnancy and to provide support to young mothers. Next slide. So some of the departments that are involved and that we work with in this space are the Department of Education, Health and Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. As social development, we focus on prevention and early intervention, such as Ezabasha Dialogues and RESIHA, which is a community-based intervention and prevention program in including our social and behavior change programs, which include, amongst others, the You Only Live Once program, commonly known as YOLO. In terms of the Department of Education, they have a national policy, and amongst others, they conduct training on intergenerational communication on adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as the training on comprehensive sexuality education. In terms of the Department of Health, they provide contraceptives and other sexual and reproductive health services. And then the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities does advocacy, empowerment, and awareness in this space. In terms of the response, government delivers on a basket of policies and services by various national and provincial departments to reduce teenage pregnancy and improve adolescent reproductive health and rights. Social development leads on various social behavior change interventions in partnerships with non-profit organizations to mitigate against risky sexual behavior. We are also responsible for Children's Act, Rights of Children, state's provision of child protection services and legal protection of children. And we also lead on social behavior change programs. Amongst these, we include CHOMI, which is targeted at 10 to 14-year-olds, YOLO, which is targeted at 15 to 24-year-olds, and RESIHA, which is a community-based prevention and intervention program, and using the services of child and youth care workers. We also do sexual and reproductive health and rights training, and we also participate in the integrated school health program, which is where the Department of Health, Social Development, and Education come together to deal with this challenge of teenage pregnancy. And we develop quarterly monitoring reports to cap teenage pregnancy. Of course, we also provide social protection through child support grant to ensure that children are afforded an opportunity to provide for their immediate needs, including sexual and reproductive health needs. Department of Basic Education is also a government's response in public and private schools, and recently developed a policy on management of learner pregnancy in schools, the reduction of unintended pregnancies and management, and including life orientation program. In terms of Department of Health, its provision of integrated school health program, family planning services such as contraceptive, reproductive health services, and wide range of health services available to teenagers. And Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, they are responsible for coordinating departments and currently championing the country's plan of action in terms of the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The Department of Social Development, in terms of our social and behavior change programs, we have developed a compendium of social and behavior change programs, and amongst which we have a program called CHOMI, which is targeted 10 to 14-year-olds, as well as YOLO, which is targeted at 15 to 24-year-olds. These social behavior change programs focus on empowering young people with the knowledge and skills needed to prevent and reduce risky sexual behaviors that may lead to teenage pregnancies while linking them to the 95-95-95 clinical cascade. And this simply means that 95% of people living with HIV know their status, and out of those, 95% of those who know their status are linked to treatment. And out of those who are on treatment, 95% of them stay on treatment until they acquire a viral suppression. So CHOMI is implemented by trained facilitators who take children through 11 sessions. And children are given the knowledge and skills that empower them to make more informed choices to reduce HIV infections and prevent teenage and unplanned pregnancies. And children who attend these programs are taken on a journey of personal discovery using an interactive approach with participatory activities, indigenous games, play therapy, and positive messaging. And we seek to ensure that we instill the sense of belonging and adherence to our indigenous knowledge systems and games. And this helps children to reflect on their identities, their social environment, their living circumstances, and their communities. And the program has a referral system that allows facilitators to refer children with challenges to relevant services. It could be health, services, it could be educational, it could be social development services. And facilitators work with social workers to further assist children with their challenges. And the program is implemented in 9 provinces covering at least 35 districts. The other program is YOLO. It's targeted older ones, 15 to 24-year-olds. It's an evidence-based youth social and behavior change program. And it's meant for the reduction of HIV infections and teenage and unplanned pregnancies. The program seeks to create a safe and enabling environment in which young people can safely engage in discussion about HIV prevention and teenage pregnancy, and where positive values and quality decisions related to the sexuality of young people can emerge. So the program, in essence, aims to build resilience among young people, increase their autonomy, self-esteem, and self-efficacy. It also aims to minimize risky behaviors that expose them to HIV and the possibility of unwanted pregnancies. So, Chair, in closing, we want to recommend that the Portfolio Committee takes note of this presentation on the programs aimed at addressing teenage pregnancy rendered by social development, and also to extend an invitation to other departments who deal with teenage pregnancy, which may include, my apologies that I've not been moving with the slides, to extend an invitation to other departments dealing with teenage pregnancy to complete the report for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, DG and Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, this is the 2 reports from the Department of Social Development. Over to you, Chair, and honorable members.
Thank you so much, ADG, and thank you to the 2 presenters that have presented to us. I am very, very mindful, honorable members, of the time that you've spent on this platform since 9 o'clock this morning. So I'm not going to take any more time to say anything other than to hand over to you for questions and deliberations. I see Honorable
Honorable hand cannot be lifted. I would appreciate.
You are noted, Honorable Munyai. Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable, and there is said Honorable Stanley, Honorable Ramaila, Honorable Tafeni, Honorable Mahatu, and
me, Chair.
Honorable Rev. These people who have gadgets that they don't know how to use, or they're outdated gadgets. I really have to have a meeting about this. That, and then Honorable Klong.
And Marais, Chair.
And Honorable Marais. Okay. Thanks for that, Lindy. So, honorable members, it will be in that order. This time around, I actually took names and wrote them down nicely and properly in that sequence. So we'll start with Honorable Abrams. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the department for the presentation. Chairperson, I acknowledge that, this is a new term and we do have new members. So perhaps that was in the vein in which the department put together their presentation. But Chairperson, your GBV is not going anywhere. It is a crisis in our country. And I think we do need to now start to move away from this copy and paste presentations that we receive directly from the NSP, a document that we all should have read as members of this committee, and that we really need to start to focus more on the implementation of that document, because as the presenter mentioned, closing remarks, next year is the year where the department actually gets reviewed on the implementation, and it's on the implementation that we are also supposed to conduct our oversight. So majority of this presentation was now information that some of us have heard for the multiple time, and information that is directly taken out from the national strategic plan. because I'm now left still not, knowing how many women and youth the programs of the department have reached, and the impact of the programs, the impact that the programs have had in addressing GBV. And maybe, Chair, that is then for us to also open up when we do talk about GBV, because we can't keep inviting the department back if they're going to give us, copy and paste, that we need to start inviting other departments into the conversation as well, to provide us with maybe some new insight on how they are addressing and implementing the NSP. Because again, I don't know, how many women have moved through our shelters. I don't know how many of those women have, found economic opportunities as a result of being in those shelters. I don't know, how many of those women are revisiting the shelters, because they find themselves in the cycle of abuse that they just can't break free on. And that is the information that I would have appreciated, and perhaps, Chairperson, if going forward the department can provide, so that we actually understand whether the programs are having the desired impact. Chairperson, I'd also like to find out, so now the Victim Support Services Bill has been through Cabinet. So what is the timeline for now it to be introduced, and the call for comments, if the department can provide that? Also, Chairperson, I'm still awaiting. I acknowledge the comments made on the GBV Command Council. However, I'm still awaiting a written response from the department, from the Minister's office on that. And I'd just like to clarify, the DM said that he's reached out to a donor with regard to the GBV Command Center, sorry. So is that donor then Vodacom, or is Vodacom in a paid contract with the department? So just some clarity on that. Then if the department can please provide in writing with this presentation and the teenage pregnancy presentation, what is the budgets, the cost and the budgets associated to their programs, to each of their programs, as listed on slide 16 in the first presentation, and I'm not too sure which slide is in the second presentation, because another information that I found wanting in the presentation is that, they often say, they show us where your budget and we'll show us your budget and we'll tell you what your value, by US President Joe Biden said, a quote like that. And in this presentation, there's no indication of how much the department is allocated to VEP, how much they're going to be allocating in this financial year and the next. And similarly, there's no indication of how much is allocated to address teenage pregnancy. So if the department can please provide that in writing. I'd also like to find out, in the presentation we received from the Medical Research Council, they showed Eastern Cape to have a high prevalence of femicide out of all the 9 provinces. So in cases like that, does National DSD provide additional support to provinces with high levels of GBV? And perhaps if they can provide us with the list of the hotspot areas. Slide 24 just states that the white paper on families is approved. What exactly does just approve mean? If we can please get more information and more timelines on the white paper for families. Slide 30 that speaks to the shelters and the bed capacity. Is this inclusive of all NGOs, or is this only government-funded NGOs? And what provisions are made for children in these shelters? Do they also form part of the bed capacity numbers in the shelters, the women who have to come to the shelters with their children? And are, children older than 18 years old, but still in school or tertiary education, they are also allowed to accompany their mothers? And then, Chairperson, I would have also have appreciated further information on the breakdown of beds per province, and if the department can maybe send that in writing. Chairperson, on the Khusaleka centers, the department mentioned there are 4. However, the Department of Justice website still has 6 Khusaleka centers listed on their website. They still have 1 listed in Gauteng and 1 listed in Northern Cape. If you can just provide clarity on those 2. And then on the Khusaleka centers, we had a presentation from the National Shelter Movement a few weeks ago, and they are essentially turning, often they have to turn women away because they do not have enough bed space, because they do not have enough funding. And we all know the challenges with regard to the funding. But my question then becomes, if the Khusaleka centers are so costly to build and operationalize, I think it was 50 million per annum for 1 Khusaleka center, yet shelters are more grassroots level and they're more widespread. So therefore, women can access shelters easier than getting to 1 Khusaleka center in 1 province. And I think they've done this in the Western Cape, where they've taken an existing shelter like Sarah Bartman, and they've expanded it to become a Khusaleka center in the Western Cape. So what stops the department or government, because I know the Khusaleka centers as part of justice and so forth, what stops then the department of, instead of building new buildings, but rather expand services at existing NPOs and NGOs and shelters to accommodate all these other programs like a Khusaleka center has? Because that would mean there'd be more of them, more people would be able to get to them as opposed to just 1 center in a province. And also it might just, assist the center with those funding crises that they have. So that's just a question, because, 1 shelter, 500 million per annum, while we're having existing shelters battle to keep their doors open or turning women away. There's just a sustainability question around that. Then, also the speaker mentioned in the challenge with health and the challenge with police not having transport to take victims to shelters. Why are those 2 challenges not listed in the presentation? Why is it just spoken to? Because when we read our presentations and we go back to now our presentations, those 2 very important challenges, that is something that must be resolved from government, is not listed in the presentation. So if the speaker can just clarify again, what was the challenge with health? Because I didn't manage to write that down quick enough. But also, Chairperson, like I said, I visited Delft Police Station on Monday. They don't even have police vans to do police work. The vans they have can't even switch off because they must idle, otherwise they have to push start the vans. And now this is not a problem for DSD, it's a problem for the Department of Police to sort out. So I do understand the challenge, because they don't even have vehicles to do police work, Then, Chairperson, on the unemployed social worker situation, if we have this problem with unemployed social workers, why is it then that the NPA at the Tutuzela care centers are using private social workers? I'd like to understand that. And if the department in writing can also just identify the budgets associated with the line items mentioned in slide 35. And then, is there an updated joint report on the gender-based violence and femicide overview of the lead department's programs and budget? Because the one that I'm looking at is one that's dated the 19th of November 2019. And I'd just like to know if there's an updated joint report with all the lead departments that we can then refer to. So we're not referring to outdated budgets and outdated figures, that we actually have something more recent. And then, Chairperson, on the issue of teenage pregnancy, and you know, rightly focusing on girls, because they are the ones who, you know, often are mostly affected by this, but also it affects boys. And I just like to say that the presentation was very silent on the aspect of sexual assault when it comes to these things, and very silent on the aspect of statutory rape when it comes to teenage pregnancy. And Chairperson, I submitted written questions to DSD, to Health, and to Police. And sadly, you know, Department of Police has not responded to the question on statutory rape as a result of teenage, and then teenage pregnancy as a result thereof since September. And the response I got from Health basically says that they don't even keep a record of the Form 22s that they need to submit to either DSD and to SAPS. Of the girls, children having babies inside their hospital, which then tells me, and then of course DSD sent me an answer, a very inconclusive answer about, you know, referencing the Child Protection Register, referencing the monitoring tool on the, what is the name of it? Let me just get the name. That monitoring tool, yes, the prevention and management of violence and child abuse and neglect and exploitation, that monitoring tool. But Chairperson, my concern is that we now often speak about departments acting in silos, and this is a clear example of 3 departments acting in silos when it comes to this very serious case of teenage pregnancy, in that the one doesn't know what the other is doing, and there doesn't seem, from the answers that I've received and the one that I haven't received yet, there doesn't seem to be a clear referral pathway on who is keeping what stats and who must submit the Form 22s and etc. So can DSD please take me through what is then the referral pathway of when a girl younger than 16 has now given birth to a baby in a government facility or wherever, what then becomes of that child who's clearly been a victim of statutory rape, unless of course, you know, the boy was, you know, in a similar age as well. But if the perpetrator was now older than the child in the situation, what is the referral pathway? Because there doesn't seem to be a clear understanding of what must be done. And then on that issue of written questions, Chairperson, I do think it's unacceptable that, you know, you only get responses from 3 out of the 6 provinces on these questions. And I'm not too sure if someone from the minister's office is here. But then to ask the ADG, you know, how much time are you giving to provinces to actually answer our questions? Are you giving the provinces enough time to answer our questions sufficiently? Because now I sit with an incomplete question, only for me to have to resubmit the question because certain provinces just don't respond, which to me tells me they're not taking this matter seriously, and it's a very serious matter. And then just lastly on this topic of teenage pregnancy, Chairperson, let me just see. Okay, no, that is the last comment, but also just to indicate how much is YOLO and Chumi and all these school-based programs budgeted for? How much are we investing in the children? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abrahams, for your questions and comments. I will hand over to Honorable Munyai.
Thank you very much indeed, the Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity you have granted me, and I must thank the Deputy Minister, DG, and the senior management for the presentation. Firstly, I must ask, how is the department mainstreaming the role of the communities in increasing sustainable of GBV interventions? Has the department identified language barrier as one of the challenges in educational and awareness campaigns? To what extent are the programs being adapted to accommodate diverse linguistic groups, ensuring effective engagement in the language of the participant that they understand? This is imperative, Honorable Chair, because if campaigns are understood by the majority of our people, it will not be able to undermine the efforts that are being made by the department. So we must ensure that we close the linguistic barrier to information in this regard. Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable Deputy Minister, to have a greater sight on the issues relating to the teenage pregnancies, we need to have a joint portfolio committee of both these portfolio committee on social development, on health, on education, and to some degree of police if needs be, such that we address these issues and understand the impact. To get it from the social development alone, we will not get the sight of the role of other departments. That is my first recommendation for consideration by the portfolio committee, if the chair will so wish that it be considered. The issue relating to the shelters and Kuseleka centers. You know, there's one thing to have these infrastructures, and there's other thing to have them operationalized. And I think the presenter indicated some limitation to some of them to a degree not being operational. So in this regard, I would have to recommend to this portfolio committee that we go and conduct oversight over these centers, over these Seleka centers as well, to make sure that we understand, we see if they are operational and what impact are they making in society. Honorable Chair, whilst we welcome and congratulate Vodacom for the appointment to rebuild and restore the GBV command centers or the call centers, the AGSA argued that we need to have integrated system. Can the department please clarify, Honorable Deputy Minister, whether this call center is integrated of all the services that really encumbersome of the DSD itself? What scientific evidence that demonstrate that robust and resilience that can convince us as honorable members of parliament with respect to the, including the public in general, with regard to the issues of these established shelters and social cycle support with respect to GV, whether they scientifically they successfully reduce the impact of the GBV in this regard. I'm saying that we know they build these shelters and they provided social support to these GB victims. We want to understand scientifically to what an extent does this make an impact in successfully reducing the GBV? Can they tell us if there's such a positive impact? Honorable Chairperson, I'm raising this context so that we should measure our impact, because even the AGSA speaks about of the culture shift, that when we spend the money, we should also look at the impact. So I'm raising it such that we understand whether there's an impact in that regard. What are the possibilities of the role of technologies in fighting against the GBV? If the department can expand, can share with us. And I'm sure, Honorable Chairperson, we need a clear and integrated programs that consolidate our collective efforts in the fight against the GBV and substance abuse. And I think we welcome also His Excellency, the President Ramaphosa, for signing into law a number of legislation aimed at strengthening our efforts to end the gender-based violence with victim-centered focus on combating this dehumanizing pandemic. And I'm so the legislation has been, this law has been listed from the Criminal Law of Sexual Offenders and Related Matters, Amendment Act of 2021. And those domestic violence amendment, those laws are there. And I think these laws will not be, Chairperson, I hope these laws, this legislation are not subject of the clearinghouse. Honorable Chairperson, fighting the GBV and femicide is the role of both men and women, because this is someone's sisters, someone's, husband, and so on, who end up being a victim of the GBV and femicide. So with regard to the issues of human trafficking, this remind us again, in contrary of the dehumanizing centuries of the slave trade. I saw the picture there, I'm not for sale, This remind me of the dehumanizing centuries of slave trade, in particular the trade of the black slaves in South Africa, Tanzania, and Ghana, and other parts of the continent. To address these inconsistencies that have been raised by the presentation with regard to the Department on Health, I recommend, Chairperson, again, for the Portfolio Committee consideration that we have a joint Portfolio Committee between us and Health to address inconsistencies raised by the DSD presentation. Honorable Chairperson, and I was raising the issues of the role because I saw the role of men and women, because I saw that the focus was on addressing women's financial circumstances. And I think it's within your mandate also to address poverty, which does not know gender, unemployment, and of course, financial circumstances of those that are trapped in poverty. The role of emancipation is both the role of men and women. Whilst your policy and program seeks to address women's financial circumstances, to a degree, some men could be in a serious financial vulnerabilities, trapped in poverty and in unemployment and underdevelopment. This reminds me, Honorable Chair and the Deputy Minister, of the late President of Mozambique, His Excellency Samora Machel, on women's emancipation. He argued the following, open quote: "The woman emancipation is not an act of charity, the results of humanitarian or compassionate attitude. The liberation is fundamental necessity for the liberation and for the revolution, the guarantee of its continuity and precondition for its victory. This is the context within which the question of women emancipation arises," close quote. Honorable Chairperson, I would appeal that, we don't ask the department to prepare some presentation. Then we begin to attack them for some areas of omission, as if the parameters of the areas of focus with sentence and commas would not be excluded. I think we need to appreciate what has been presented. If it's not sufficient, we need to consolidate through joint portfolio committees. I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Mnyai, for those comments and reflections that you have raised. Just before I let you go, you mentioned before you talked about the oversight that we need to have with the sister departments who are playing a role in this. There is another request that you made. If you still remember, what was it that you wanted me to consider?
No, one, we must, because the command center will be active by the 6th of December, and I'm sure our oversight should continue in that regard. Second, remember they were presenting on the shelters that they have within various districts and Khuseleka centers they have. I would appeal that as portfolio committee, we must conduct oversight to see operationalization of these Khuseleka centers and these shelters.
Okay.
So that we see they are making the desired impact. Lastly, there was an issue that the presenter raised, that the Department on Health is not coming to party to a full force on certain joint work that they do. So as a result, the presenter says, open quote, there are inconsistency with respect to the participation on health, Department on Health, close quote. So in that regard, we need a joint portfolio committee on health and social development. Those are my appeal to the Honorable Chair. Thank you.
So thank you, Honorable Mnyai. I know that the work is underway to have these joint committee meetings, but the time and constraints and the not us having time, all of us at the same time to have these meetings is actually impeding this work that you are referring to. But the Lindiwe will keep updating us on the availability of other committees to meet with us. But thank you for that, Honorable Mnyai. I would now hand over to the Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair. My whip would have to pardon me a bit on other issues that I'm going to raise. Being a returning member of this portfolio committee, there are a number of things that I've identified, and I feel that we need to tell the department an honest truth so that the department understand and know its work. As the presentation was going on, I had the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide at my disposal, and when I follow it's just what's on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, seemingly had a former member or former members of the portfolio committee not been in this meeting today, probably the department would get away with it. But honestly speaking, this was a copy and paste from previous presentations. And then secondly, Chair, the agenda was clear on briefing on the Department of Social Development on progress made in implementing the national strategy on gender-based violence and femicide. The progress made in implementation, not a presentation of the national strategic plan. So I would have probably wanted the department to come out more on what needs to be done on the slow pace of implementation of other pillars, what specific measures are being taken to speed up the rollout of the NSP programs across other provinces. But I've also wanted the department to get on the issues of resource allocation. How is the department ensuring consistent funding for shelters, care centers, and prevention initiatives, especially in rural areas and underserviced areas? There's also issues of cultural barriers. We still have Ugutwala in some parts of the province of the country. What is the department saying about that? What are steps being taken to address cultural norms and stigmas that discourage victims or that discourage survivors from reporting abuse or seeking help. The gaps that are there in the law enforcement, there are huge gaps at SAPS that we as MPs are aware of, as members of society are aware of, despite the training that has been there as outlined. Reports indicate that police mishandling gender-based violence cases, what accountability measures are being in place to address these issues. Also, the issues of access to services, some survivors struggle in reporting cases because probably where they stay, there are no networks. Where they stay, it's far from everything. They have to sleep with the very same perpetrator until following morning for them to go and report cases. What progress is being made on that? Many survivors face challenges in reaching support services due to location or lack of awareness. What plans exist to expand accessibility, particularly in remote communities? And then lastly, Chair, on the issue of teenage pregnancy, the programs are there, Chomi and Yolo, but I just feel and think that the department should strengthen their awareness campaigns on these programs, because these are very good and key programs. They are very good and key programs that I believe would assist in our societies, but these programs are not properly out there to society and communities to know about them. I've always set an example with Love Life. We knew Love Life when we were very young. We knew it everywhere, in every corner. TVs, adverts, Soul City, everything was there. But this YOLO and Chomi programs, they are not marketed properly, if I may put it like that. So I think the department should put more effort in the awareness programs, about these programs, because I believe they are key programs, especially in remote areas. You know, it's very sad that in remote areas, they don't even know what is the national strategic plan. They don't even know that government has such programs that are there in place to fight for them. So the department should strengthen their awareness programs in that regard, Chair. And then lastly, just for clarity's sake, we do oversight. When you do oversight, you would encounter situations whereby you are told that the reason this is not done is because there are lack of social workers, or the social workers are still attending that family. They can't attend to this family. Now we've got a high rate of unemployed social workers because the department cannot afford them. And I do get the plan that the department has with the private sector, but probably maybe the department should take us into confidence as to how far is the program, because I remember last term, social workers did come to the portfolio committees in their different organizations, and there were commitments that were made. So I don't want us to work backwards, because some of the things the sixth administration really dealt with them thoroughly. So what is it that is a problem that this portfolio committee of the seventh administration should assist the Department of Social Development in employing social workers, because social workers are there taken by the very same to school, and they are not doing anything. They are seated at home, yet services that must be rendered by social development are not rendered fully because of the shortage of social workers. So please balance me there, and then also just take the portfolio committee into confidence on the progress made with the interventions that you come with for employing social workers through the programs with public sector. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mhlongo, for those points and questions. I will now ask Honorable Tafeni to come through, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon to the members again and to the department. Chairperson, certainly I find this national strategy plan on GBV and femicide to be uninspiring and show it leaves a lot to be desired as it's empty. So I would like to ask the following questions. Whilst prevention is better than cure, On slide 15, your presentation, you speak about prevention and rebuilding social cohesion as part of your NSP. So I would like to know, what has the department done to diagnose the root cause of GBV and femicide, so as to develop well-crafted and targeted response against part of your prevention mechanism? And alcohol can serve as stimulus with regards to instigating individuals to act in certain way after consumption, and then commit GBV or femicide, then come up with a defense that they lack the capacity. Which one of those the element of crime at the moment in which they harmed another? So as part of your NSP, how do you plan to address this alcohol problem? Chairperson, on slide 16, is there any empirical evidence anywhere in the world showing that the staging of campaigns assist in eradicating GBV and femicide? And also, how does the department aim to achieve what is contained under pillar number 3? Because the department does not form part of the South African Police Service or the National Prosecuting Authority or the judiciary. So how are you going to make sure that these other institutions I just mentioned have enough capacity to respond to GBV and femicide as effective as one would like? Because we just had a presentation from the South African Medical Research Council, which presented a research study showing a high number of femicide cases where there is not even an existence of a docket for a number of matters, or the perpetrators cannot be identified by the SAPS, meaning that matter will not reach the NPA, and certainly we never reach out our courts. So what is the department going to do differently to assist with the regards? Chairperson, on slide 23, would you agree with me that legislation or its amended therefore do not on their own unsolved crime, more especially where instances of crime escape the justice net and never see their day in court? So you can have the best crafted legislation in the world, but if those who are entrusted with bringing perpetrators to court are not doing their job, then that legislation remains useless. On slide 30, I'm worried about the number of shelters for the victims of crime in each and every province despite it there. How do you make sense of the fact that Gauteng has more than 15 million people with 25 shelters for victims of crime? Is this not one of the season contribution to femicide? Because GBV victims cannot all be accommodated in 25 shelters, meaning majority will be turned away back to their abusers, and that is where they will now be murdered by the same people. Why? Because this government just does not want to spend money on these victims. The last chairperson, on slide 33, how many women were empowered economically through getting houses, work and business opportunities as a result of the intervention by the department in this year, 2024 alone? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chafeni, for those questions and comments. I will hand over straight away to the Honorable Makgato, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. The report was very much fruitful to us, and it must also strengthen and also implement us psychologically. Given the acknowledgement of the limited services and lack of mainstreaming for the LGBTQA community in shelters, what concentrate interventions are being explored to address are inclusive and respective to the needs of all victims and survivors. These shelters also respective to the needs of persons with disability. So we can see that we have the issue of the shelters. So we just want to know, or how much, how can they allocate them to the people, because we can see that the shelters are minimal, but people are many. And then going forward, what are the key services being utilized at the Kukuzela centers? And what do this trend revealed about the current state of planters and GBF? How is the data utilized to inform future interventions and allocation of resources? So these two questions are the one I need a declaration from them. If we can go, we can hear about the shelters and also hear about the future interventions in the allocation of resources. I think those are the two things I'm speaking about, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Mahatu. Your questions and comments are noted, and I will hand over to the Honorable Mare.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to agree with my previous colleagues, Alexandre and what is the name from the ANC. This was really a copy and paste. It's very disappointing to see that a crisis that we're having in our country is not being taken seriously. Yes, we've been on the 6th administration. We have these discussions before, but nothing is really happening. They are just talking about the Department of Health must come on board, the Department of Education must come on board, and the Department of Policing must come on board. Because these cases are referred to the police station, and the police are the ones that is not doing their work. The police are struggling in the departments because they don't have the facilities to accommodate people with gender-based violence. And the reason why I'm saying that the police must also come in with the teenage pregnancies, because the teenage pregnancies, a child can't be 14, 10 years old, because we had a case in the Eastern Cape, I said it in the very same committee, I'm saying it again, where 10-year-old children were giving birth in the Eastern Cape. That is statutory rape. Where are the perpetrators? Why isn't the police involved? And we're going to get the same answers that we got the last time. Not enough has been done for the gender-based violence, because women are being abused in the house. They need to go to centers. There isn't enough centers. How do you provide these skills to these women? Because a lot of them are housewives. They don't have any income, so they need to get skills so that they can go and provide for themselves. Nothing has been said about it. And it is true what Alexandra is saying, is that there's no budget. They don't say how much money was spent and what was. I don't want to duplicate what others were saying, because they said a lot. But I just feel that this presentation falls short because it was a copy and paste. There was no difference in the previous meetings that we had, the previous discussions that we had. Nothing has changed. They just brought it now to the 7th administration. And I just feel it is not fair towards the pandemic that we are having at the moment. Teenage pregnancy, it's out of hand. It is a crisis. And a lot of people are saying they're doing it because they want to get the money, SASSA money, but you cannot raise a child with the SASSA money. it is not feasible. So I just want to say that the centers are not enough. The social workers that is unemployed, not having jobs, it's a problem that we're sitting with. Police not doing their work is a problem that we are sitting with. The department not playing their part. Also, it's not assisting. So yes, we can go on and on and on and on and on. But the thing is just that the department is not coming to the party. And I want to agree with my previous colleagues that this thing is not right. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mare. And I need to apologize profusely to the Honorable Rev because I started looking at the screen and not on the list that I had compiled of how the sequence of the asking of the questions would unfold. So Honorable Rev, with your acceptance of my apology, please come through and let's have your questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Chair, what we are facing as a country is very serious. And I would like the department to take it very serious because our women are really vulnerable in this case. And really, there must be an intervention, a proper intervention into these things and a proper implementation into these things. And we need stats in terms of what has happened and how is it going on the strategies and everything that have been presented. What is the process? Where are we? Are we assisting any? Are they? This thing is so this is I don't understand. I think the department does not take this thing seriously. What is happening now? Some of the women are housewives, and I think another honorable member spoke about it. When a man beats that woman, and now she has to go to the police, and she doesn't have a home anymore. Because when she comes back here, this man is here. This man is going to kill them. Now, she needs a place to stay. After that place, she needs a human settlement must come in with building a home for this woman and the kids. And small business, economic development, they need to come in economically now because this woman was a housewife, and this man made this woman a housewife. Maybe the woman has some qualification, but the man said, no, I'll take care of you, stay in the house. Now we need to look at the whole process when these things are happening and how they are happening. And now we need to again to bring the integrated, we must have that integrated government. All these people must be, at the police station right now, they are not capacitated with just these criminals. They can't prosecute anyone there because there are no investigators there, and people come in today and they were taken out. The prosecutors, they won't take that case because it is not proper investigated, and this one is, oh my God. I think the department really should take this thing seriously and lead government. Bring all the department that and we need them here. All these departments that are needed, your health, your police, human settlement must come here because this woman after she's out of this house, she needs a new life. And how are we going to give her a new life? I think we've got a big job to do, Chair. We've got a big job to do, and I think the department must be innovative around this, and they must take this thing seriously. And because this is people's lives. When this person goes back into that house, this person, the next thing is what happen. She's going to die. And it will be our fault because we are not putting proper structures into these things. And also, on the stakeholders, I saw that on the slide where you got traditional leaders, traditional healers. I don't see the religious leaders. The religious institution is the only institution that does prevention. When you say prevention is better than cure, that is the institution, the religious leader, because each and every weekend, it could be Sunday or Saturday, they are holding an AGM there at church. Everybody's there at church. And if we can capacitate the church leaders in terms of what we want to see in that particular community. We started a program where we are saying that the church must be the center of development in the community. And we must use that. We must use the church leaders as the center of development in each community there. Because these are the people who are able to make sure that people do not enter into crimes just because they go to church. You know, number of people, they don't do wrong things because they go to church. And every time at church, they say, telling you this is a sin, this is wrong, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that. So we must use them because these are the people who must know what are we thinking about the nation and how do we want them to participate into building this nation, building families, because our families are broken. But because of time, Chair, let me stop there. But I would like also the department to engage church leaders into the program and see what if it's not, if they have, then brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Rev, and yeah, for your comments. There and questions are appreciated. Honorable Thong, please come through.
Thank you, Chairperson. We welcome the report as presented by the department. And through you, Chairperson, I have few questions for the department. Given the persistent challenges surrounding men and the boy child in contributing to issues of gender-based violence and femicide, what strategies will be used to measure the effectiveness of the men's charter, and how will these incorporate and engage the attitudes and behaviors of various men across socio-economic levels and geographical localities? Further, Chairperson, what gaps have the department identified in collaboration with the Department of Correctional Services regarding the effectiveness of offender rehabilitation programs aimed at addressing gender-based violence and femicide? And what measures are in place to ensure these programs result in long-term behavioral change and reduce reoffense? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Thong, for those very short and sweet questions. Honorable members, thank you for bringing to the fore your comments and your questions in response to the presentations that we've had this afternoon. I just have and I hope I'm not preempting anything, Honorable DM and ADG, but the sense that I have gotten from the comments that the honorable members have made is that...
Chair, you've forgotten about Ramaila.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Ramaila. I didn't even take your name. Can you believe it? I'm sorry about that. Please come through.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a long day. I can understand that, but thank you very much, Chair. Maybe, Chair, we may need to just listen and the discussions from those that served in the the sixth administration, and those of us who just came in now, with the concerns that Dubai seems to be starting afresh, but also that there's matters that have been raised and have not been addressed, and all those sorts of things. I think it might be necessary to look at some critical issues that might help us. For instance, quite a number of issues that we are dealing with are cross-cutting. In other ways, they affect not only DSD, but many departments. And I can cite many examples in as far as that is concerned. But if you have to take SDG goals number 1, that one of ending poverty by 2030, that requires other sector departments, your health, your education, your agriculture, and all those sorts of things. And therefore, what this means for me is that we need to strengthen coordination so that we can be able to ensure a seamless integration of our program, so that we could be able to achieve efficient implementation of joint programs by sister departments, which in this regard we are failing to achieve. Therefore, I think this calls for a very strong collaboration between DSD, sister departments, and all the stakeholders. Now, this responsibility of strong collaboration has to be taken over by the Department of Social Development. And in that, we basically, I think, we need to have a very strong monitoring and evaluation system within the department. So there are quite a number of things that are being raised now and in the previous other administrations do not fall within the cracks. With a system, we are able to pick up all these things that have been raised and be able to respond to. But also, Chair, which is also a recommendation I want to make in this meeting, is that also this requires DPME to play a role in this regard, because it's them that are supposed to be assisting the department in ensuring that the strengthening of monitoring and evaluation is there, but collaboration, integration, and all those sorts of things. For me, I think those are very necessary if we are to depart from the practice of the past. But also one other matter, Chair, I would want to raise is that we know for a fact that gender-based violence has a co-relationship with poverty. As we speak of Kusela shelters and so on, we have on the other side our agency, NDA. NDA should be seized with the responsibility to ensure the transitioning of women, the abused women from the shelters, from the Kuselakas, by way of skilling and reskilling into entrepreneurship and other skills that could make them financially independent. And that also goes to the youth that are on the SRD program. It is the responsibility of the NDA to see the transitioning of this youth from the SRD through skilling and reskilling and entrepreneurship and all those programs, so that they can also become financially sustainable. And that would be able to help us a lot. So therefore, I'm going to request that at some point, Chair, you invite the NDA to come and make a presentation to this portfolio committee, dealing specifically with the matter in terms of what mechanism have they developed to ensure that their programs are geared towards transitioning the abused women and young girls, the youth, to a sustainable financial situation. I think that for me would also be very critical to look at. But also to request DPME to ensure that what the AG normally refers to as the accountability ecosystem, that it takes place, that all the departments that are affected must be able to collaborate and support DSD in ensuring that we cover those other areas that we found wanting in most instances. And as I draw to conclusion, Chair, I also want to find out that as we approach the 5th year mark since the launch of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF in 2020, what key lessons has the department learned from its implementation? And how are these insights being considered to adapt the plan to improve future strategies, resource allocation, and the effectiveness of interventions in addressing gender-based violence and femicide? What strategies is the department using to ensure that budget allocations are effectively aligned with the impact of GBVF programs? And how can we enhance the effectiveness and impact of these programs to make significant, sustained progress in the fight to end GBV? Maybe my last word, Chair, which goes as a caution towards the administration, the acting DG, is that if you listen at the questions raised by colleagues, honorables here, you've got programs, but your programs in terms of your input-output are unable to achieve the outcome impact that we want as politicians. Can you turn around your approach to ensure that your input-output achieves the desired outcome impact that as politicians we are looking for? Because most often than not, you are found wanting in this regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ramaila, and apologies for having almost forgotten that you also needed to come through and ask your questions and comments. And again, when I was reminded of Honorable Ramaila, I was saying Honorable DM and ADG, I hope I'm not preempting and anything, and I also hope that I'm not disrupting your plan here to respond. But what I have heard from the honorable members is that they are not satisfied with the presentation, the content of it, because it does not seem to have responded to the invitation as it was. Now, I don't know, and you will guide me on this. I don't know if the time that you were given, the department was given to respond to come today and present was not enough for more information to be acquired so that we get the progress that has been made in implementing the strategy. I cannot speculate on the reason for the shortcoming, if I can call it that, in the way that the presentation has been made or in the content of the presentation. Now, my proposal to this is that, because given the fact that we've just had a presentation from the Medical Research Council that said a whole lot of things about the scourge not showing any signs of relenting, and also saying that all they do is research, they don't implement. So I think the plan in inviting them and then inviting the department was to say, let's hear what the research is saying, and then let's hear what has happened on the ground from the department that is one of the leading departments in the implementation of the strategy. And also, the honorable members have obviously made very valid points by saying we need to have oversight in these Khuseleka centers. We need to have joint meetings with other departments that have been entrusted with implementing this strategy, and so on and so forth. My proposal, Honorable DM and ADG, is that it sounded to me like the questions were needing detail. They wanted to know how many women have been reached at which centers and at which any of the points where these women who are victims of gender-based violence and femicide or gender-based violence are being rendered services. So I would like to propose that, with hoping that the honorable members will agree with me, I would like to propose that we take, the department has taken the questions and the comments and the suggestions, that they take all that back to the department and come back with or not come back, but in writing, respond to each and every one of those questions that were raised. If there's a need, in fact, when we meet next week, that we allocate some time for us to be taken through the answers, if there is a human voice that is needed to actually, present the answers to the questions that have been asked. I believe that that will go a long way to satisfy the honorable members, and also to make sure that we are not just asking questions and giving answers for doing that sake, but it's because we really would like to have information that we can take back to our constituencies in a way that shows that there is substance in the responses, that we know, tell them on the basis of evidence that will come out of these answers or responses, that there is evidence of work being done on the ground, that the GBVF is treated as a second pandemic that the Honorable President referred to it as, and that will be judged on the basis of the implementation that has happened over the time, and the budget that was allocated to this work. I think it was the Medical Research Council this morning that said that there was 2 billion rand that was allocated, obviously not just to the Department of Social Development, but all the stakeholders that are doing work in this. And one has to commend the department for having resuscitated the partnership with Vodacom for the GBV command center, because obviously we will then know whether all the other services around that have been also sort of, they will be there to make sure that these victims actually get the help that they need. I am not going to go into detail about the involvement and the DPME, where it must be collating all this information about the implementation of this work, and treat this issue as a pandemic that it is. Because the numbers that we were given earlier by the Medical Research Council point to a place where it doesn't look like the needle is moving in the right direction. So we will be assisted then by the responses that we will get in writing, and make sure that we have information in our hands that will help us to understand the scale of implementation, but also the scale of the challenge that we are facing as it relates to the the gender-based violence and femicide. With that, I would like to hand back over to the department, ADG and Honorable Deputy Minister, if I could please have your take on the proposal I've made, but also on the concerns that the honorable members have made in terms of the presentation as it was done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm sure we are ready to answer many of the questions right now. There may be a few questions that will need some number crunching, and we may not have that information at our fingertips. I'm sure that if we address some of the issues that we can address right now, it will alleviate the concerns that many members may have. And but let me then refer to the Acting Director General to give leadership in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Just before the ADG takes over, I see Honorable Munyai has his hand up. Honorable Munyai?
Chairperson, I don't have a problem. I wanted to support your view because, as you know, we started here at 9 a.m. Some of us haven't had a lunch because we can't move away from this gadget. So the concrete, detailed response by the department, it's imperative. So that at least you're not allowing one person, you're allowing the collective minds to come with the response that we have raised. I will be glad with your line of direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai. I interrupted the Honorable DM as he was handing over to the ADG. Over to you, ADG.
Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. Yeah, I think I wanted to. It will sound like I'm differing with my deputy minister, but I think the proposal that you put forward is very acceptable, and it will allow us time to provide what have been asked. So many questions have been asked that we will need to answer them appropriately. Maybe let me start by acknowledging that the reason we have this cut and paste is that if we look at the context that we have in terms of the GBV, we can talk about it the whole day. We thought that as we are coming to the new GNU, it's better to provide a broader picture of the gender-based violence in the country, and also paint a very broad picture that the government as a whole is seized with before we go to specific issues that we have. But I think, yes, it was too broad. It looks like cut and paste, but I think is the reality what is happening on the ground. We come from very far. Let me accept that we appreciate, and remember on the recommendation we said guide. You need to guide us. I think the guidance is very acceptable, and very much acceptable. That yes, what the chairperson have alluded to. If we had to come back in the next quarter to give you the process, we were not going to go back to this one. We just only to focus what is that we are doing and how impact is it, or what are the outputs in terms of what we are doing with the budget that we are given to deal with this issue. We accept that, and we will be able to provide that. It gives us an opportunity to paint a picture of DSD, the role of DSD, and also the role that we play in the implementation of the NSP, And also this calls for a report from all 9 provinces in terms of the different pillars of Pillar 4, but there are other strategic objectives under Pillar 4 that we need to focus on. And it will allow us, GM, that we will be able to go to provinces and provide that. But globally also, we are so glad, and I think rich comments that comes from the portfolio committee in terms of joining the dots. It is not only DST, and this one dropped the ball, this one doesn't do, and this is very important, I think, for government as a whole, that when you join those dots, you will see that government, you were supposed to do 1, 2, 3. Some of the things is our experience. In other areas, you go to a clinic, the child has been raped, they won't call the police, they'll just treat and the person goes, unless the person comes with the police, which is something that those loopholes need to be closed. So we appreciate all the comments, and it is not it's not a very, what you have guided us, we accept it, and we appreciate everything in terms of what you have come up with, so that this country, if we listen to what you have guided, will be not be the same, even the program themselves. And I think that going forth, one of the things that when you do the visit to monitoring visit to provinces, and for this is something that I think periodically we need to do. We go to an area where you can see what is happening exactly, so that those gaps are identified, and also we are also held accountable for the resources that we have for the program's implementation, that they must derive outcomes, they must derive some impact in terms of what we are doing. So I think, in conclusion, this is what I want to say, that we will provide a report. I don't know the timing. Provinces has got some challenges. You tell them today, and then you said next week you must come. Sometimes you won't get it. They need a little bit more time, but not so much. We will be able to provide a comprehensive report, not necessarily next week per se, Honorable Chair, but we need to provide a comprehensive report on what is that we are doing. And then the details, the numbers in terms of the people, in terms of the services, where they are taking place, and how much we have in order for us to deal with this thing. If this is a priority for the country, I think the portfolio committee is at its rights to be able to request the department that they must come back with detailed implementation. And even when you come back, you need to look at whether it's satisfactory, does it gives us, our citizens, are they really under the good hands of the departments that implement GBV. So I appreciate everything, and then we will be able to come back, and then we will be able to respond to all the questions accordingly and in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable ADG. Thank you so much. I accept. I see that the Honorable DM has his hand up. So please come through, Honorable DM.
Thank you for that indulgence, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm not sure whether my acting Director General is shooting himself in the foot. Normally, when we submit the written reprise, that's the end of the story. And now he's committed to much more when the department is very, very busy. As you know, myself and the Minister, we are busy appointing acting positions. And I'm not sure whether we will be around, because we will be interviewing, shortlisting. We cannot have a department full of actors. We are not Hollywood. So we are very active in appointing permanent people. We've already appointed a CFO, acting deputy director, and a vigorous program before Parliament closes. So I'm not sure, Honourable Chair, why you require us to make the written submission, that's no problem as the acting Director General is concerned. But then asking us to come back and have another session, well, that's your prerogative, but it seems to be very unusual. I'm not sure if the ADG agrees, but we are confident that the replies will be sufficient to address the questions which honourable members posed today. It's just because it's lunchtime and the time and so on that we are not answering those questions now. But I think it's a good idea to make written submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DM. I seem to understand that the department is busy, but I also now have to agree with because now we have put a proposal through and it has been seconded by members, which means that and the ADG says that it's possible. It will not be next week, as he says, but it can be at the meeting that we have scheduled for the 4th of December. So I think I will leave that with the department. Oh, I see that the Honorable Munyai has got his hand up. If you just give me a second, Honorable DM, I'll let Honorable Munyai say what he has to say.
No, the principle is that the Deputy Minister or the Minister doesn't engage you on the details of facilitation of the meeting on the platform. The key issue is that when we require the department will come. We are also busy. You need to conclude the report. You need to also to make sure that the chairs of chairs receive the portfolio committee's report. And I agree that the 4th will be appropriate time for the department to respond. I agree with you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like we are in agreement, Honorable Deputy Minister. I appreciate your putting all your cards on the table in as far as your time constraints in the department, but I am taking that in conjunction with what the ADG has also mentioned to say that they will be able to, in other words, they accept the fact that the presentation was not what we had expected. It was not a progress on implementation. And there were a whole lot of questions that were asked, some of them needing numbers of women that have been affected and where they were taken care of and so on and so forth. So let's agree, Honorable DM, that we will see the department on the 4th I'm saying not next week, but next week has its own issues, its own presentation, so we will not interfere with that. But on the 4th, then I believe that even the provinces would have been contacted and would have given the information that the ADG refers to. In saying that, I wish to really thank the department for having come through and for having made the presentation, and also for being always there when we ask, invite the department to come. And I also want to say that we will do these oversights that the members are referring to. It may not be in this year as it is. We are now 2 weeks away from Parliament from rising, but in the new year we definitely have to do this, because as I said earlier on, we have to treat GBVF as the pandemic that it is, in terms of our responses, in terms of our work on the ground, and in terms of our oversight as the members of this portfolio committee, doing that with other departments that are key in ensuring that this scourge of gender-based violence is met with the seriousness that it deserves. So with that, I wish to thank the department and ask the members to please, I cannot now postpone our internal business, and I assure you it's not going to be long at all. But I wish the department all the best, and that when we meet next week, we are all ready to do the work that we agreed to do. Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable DM and your ADG and your teams. We appreciate your being responsive at all times when we invite you to come to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, ADG. Thank you. Honorable members, our internal business is actually the adoption of draft minutes. There's been too many sets now that are outstanding. I would just not be I think the chair of chairs and of committees would really have a problem with us now. So I will go through the minutes as have been outlined in our agenda. The minutes of the 12th of September. Please, will you put the minutes up, Lindiwe, because of us not being in person, I did not print them. I have them in front of me in my gadget.
Okay, sure. It's the 11th of September, sure?
11th of September, yes.
I'm trying to share. Sorry for that.
Okay.
Chair?
Are you
PDF.
winning?
No, Chair, I've saved them on PDF, so I don't have any PDF here.
Chair?
There's a proposal.
Yes, yes.
I was present. I saw the minutes, and they are
No, honorable member, we have to actually.
Oh, the 11. Okay, no problem.
Yes.
I have my minutes
Yes.
that I was sent.
Okay.
It
Yes,
was the
no,
11th,
they were
isn't
sent to
it?
all of us. They were sent to all of us. You are right, but we do have to go through this particular process. I saw the minutes just now, Lindy.
No, she sent the 23rd, not the 11th one. We want to see the 11th.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry,
Because-
Chair, technology. You know what happened? I've saved them on the PDF. When I try to share the screen, I don't have the PDF documents. So I'll try to save them on the Word, to open them on the Word. I don't know why.
Oh, my word.
Excuse me, Chair. It's yeah.
Yes.
I can assist in the meantime, Chair, if
Yes,
I
please.
am called first.
Okay. Please upload. Sorry, honorable members, I'm sorry, I should have asked them to do this earlier on. So those are the minutes of the 11th of September, honorable members. Go down, Yoli. And those are the members that were present at the meeting. Go up. And up and up and up. This was the meeting where AXA, the Auditor General, was taking us through a presentation. Go up. Just focus on the meetings. These just go up a bit faster than that. So we had the briefing by the Auditor General on the culture shift, strategy, accountability, ecosystem, audit outcomes of the last 5 years. And as you have seen in your minutes when they were sent to you, these were the issues that were discussed, honorable members. And if anyone has we're now on page 2 of the minutes. These are the deliberations that ensued. If anyone felt that they were not, their deliberation was not entertained during in the writing of the minutes. And go through. And these are the responses of the AGSA on all the issues that we raised. And we resolved that the committee invites law enforcement agencies to brief it on the investigations, findings, and status, court processes of the identified MIs, SASSA and DSD to present their audit action, to address the audit findings, AXA to give a breakdown of beneficiaries who are in PERSAL, and SASSA to provide the committee with a report on application of for condonation and amounts involved. I would like a mover for the adoption of these minutes, honorable members. I now can, Honorable Munyai, you'd already said.
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you.
Yes, okay. And is Honorable Mohatu seconding the minute?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm seconding the minutes.
So it's Honorable Munyai that is moving for the adoption, and Honorable Mohatu is seconding.
Sorry, which date is this, Chair? I didn't.
11th of September, honorable members.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Honorable, okay, can we have the 9th of October, please, Yoli?
Chair, I think I only saved the one that Justin was sent, which was a PDF format.
Okay.
So the send that to us, yes.
The PDF format is not, cannot work on this on the screen, cannot be uploadable.
Let me try, Chair.
Okay.
It doesn't even appear, Chair, on the screen when it's a PDF.
Okay. Honorable members, can I just then go? Please send them to me, Yoli.
Okay, Chair.
So that I can just go take the members through.
Okay, Chair.
All right. Are you sending them on email or WhatsApp?
Either way, Chair, I can do both.
I've just saved it.
Okay. This is now the 9th.
The 11th, I've got the 11th. I've just downloaded the 9th. I don't know what's.
No, the 9th. We need the 9th now. We're done with the 11th. Please send Yoli to me.
Okay, Chair.
Okay. Lindy, I think we'll just do them this way. If the rules of Parliament allows that. Do they?
Yeah, I just sent a note.
Okay.
Oh, I've got it, Chair. I've got it.
Okay. Please upload. Thank you.
I did.
Yes. This is the 9th of October, honorable members. And the agenda was the briefing by the Auditor General of South Africa's general report on the audit outcomes of the department. Just go down, Lindy. And there was a briefing by the department to the portfolio on its annual report of the 2023-2024 financial year. Okay, those are the members that were available, that were present at the meeting on the day. And then those were the department officials. Go through, Sissy. And we also had, and so the meeting went through with apologies and the adoption of the agenda and the remarks by the Deputy Minister and the briefing by the Auditor General Go on. The briefing by the department and the deliberations and responses, and the resolutions where the DSD also to ensure that vacancies are filled, especially the Director General's position, the department to provide the committee with timeframes on the achievement of the unmet targets, and the social development portfolio should ensure that management of leases, of lease agreements is strengthened to avoid audit findings on expired leases. Honorable members, may I please have the mover for the adoption of the minutes of the 9th of October 2024 as a true reflection of the meeting that ensued on the day, please. Hello? Please, members. Can we have the adoption of the minutes of the 9th of October? Honorable Munyai, yes, okay. Honorable Munyai is adopting the minutes, and who would second Honorable Munyai on this adoption of the minutes of the 9th of October? Honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Christina, I second.
Honorable President Tong. Okay. Thanks, Honorable Tong. Okay, let's go to the minutes of the 11th that are already now on the screen. Please go down, Honorable Lindiwe. Please go down. And those were the members. I just want to go to what the meeting was about, the presentations. We had the briefing by the South African Social Security Agency on its annual report for 2023-2024 financial year. Okay, you can go down. And the briefing by the Department of Social Development on its annual report for the 2023-2024 financial year. And then we responded, the deliberations happened, and we resolved that SASSA will provide the evidence to the Committee of Unresponsive Bids for Human Resource Management, and then SASSA to provide legal opinions that advises SASSA not to pursue consequence management on MIs. May I please have the adoption of these minutes of the 11th of October. Thanks, Honorable Tong.
Chairperson, we are seconding. Yes, we are seconding.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Dupatu. We shall now go to the 16th of October. Thank you so much. These are the minutes of the 16th of October. We were briefed by the South African National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, SAMRC. And we also had a briefing by the Western Cape Provincial Substance Abuse Forum on this day. And those were the members that were present at the meeting. Go on, Lindy. And then we were briefed by the SAMRC. And we deliberated and had responses. We were then briefed by the Western Cape Provincial Substance Abuse Forum. Go through SSA. And then we deliberated on this presentation. You can go. And then we had resolutions that the committee must invite the South African Police Service and the Department of Basic Education to brief the committee on their mandates, legislative frameworks on substance and drug abuse and programs against substance and drug abuse. We also resolved that the committee must invite other provincial forums when it conducts provincial oversight visits to brief it on their capacity and their status. May I please have the adoption of these minutes?
Chair, I want to adopt them with the following issues.
Yes.
We have agreed that we need to invite all the provincial-wide department
Yes.
to come and present.
Yes.
I don't remember us inviting the Department of Basic Education, but it's important now that it is there to have them. No problem with that.
Okay.
We agreed that let's hear it because we're hearing it from the NGO, which are in these various departments, provincial-wide. Yeah, I would appreciate that that is recorded as such, and I adopt with those amendments.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Munyai, for adopting the minutes with those amendments, and then may we have someone, Christina, Honorable Tong is are you seconding?
Yes, Chairperson, I second the adoption of the minutes with corrections. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
thanks, Honorable Tong. Then we will go to the 23rd, the last set of minutes. Please go through, Lynn. There was the agenda, the presentation by Mr. Sidros and Mr. Kosai, and the response by SASA, and the consideration or an adoption of draft budget review and recommendation report. Those were the members that were there. We do know that agenda was changed, and SASA did not present on that day. And we granted the extension of time to the department to come on the 27th of October. I mean, on the 27th of November, which is next week. So we now see how it all unfolded. So we will not see the part where SASA presents on this minutes as per the change that took place.
So you just need to amend. I think it's like this.
Chairperson?
Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I do adopt for the agenda. For the minutes.
It's not agenda, Mama Kato.
For the minutes.
Give minutes. I raise my hand.
Okay, adopted by Honorable Mahato and seconded by Honorable Munyai.
No, I want to contribute, Chair.
Okay.
I know there was issues. I proposed there clearly that the department need to have a cyber range system and skill training. That was the first recommendation.
Right.
Second recommendation was that you need a security operations center solution. Lastly, you know what? There are issues there, but I don't want to contest them. Otherwise, I'm going to be called a book of the week next week. Thank you. Chair, I do really second with those amendments, Chair.
Lindy, did you get the amendments?
I may repeat them slowly.
No, I'm just waiting for.
Yes, you can repeat, Chair. I was busy on the
Okay,
call.
please repeat, Honorable Munyai.
Okay, I will do very easy. The first one was a cyber range system and skill training of the department.
Okay.
Second one, it is security operations center solution for the department.
Okay.
Yeah, only those things. Yeah.
Okay.
The rest, I don't want to argue with nuances, Chair. It does not help. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable. So these set of minutes, the 11th of September, 9th of October, 11th of October, 16th of October, and 23rd of October have now all been adopted and seconded with some of them with amendments. So honorable members, I really cannot thank you enough for your staying power today, starting at 9 o'clock until now. I wish to appreciate and express my gratitude for you staying the course up until now, and wish you all a very good evening and the rest of the week until we see each other or next week on the 27th. Of November. Thank you so much. The meeting is officially.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lindy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yoli and Ms. Kudula and Mr. Bulawa.
Can I end the meeting for everyone, Chair?